in DCGI Secretariat. Welcome you, sir. There is another third panelist. Thank you, sir. So I warmly welcome State Licensing and Controlling Authority, Government of Tripura, Dr. Narayan Goswami, sir. Dr. Goswami is PhD in pharmacy and has a very rich experience of working with Drug Control Office of Tripura for, again, more than 3 decades. He has brief experience of working in academia and also worked as Registrar of Tripura State Pharmacy Council, Member Secretary of Tripura State Pharmaceutical Price Monitoring and Resource Unit. He is currently having that responsibility as well. And he also worked as Program Manager for Project Strengthening of State Drug Regulatory System. And he regularly participates in Drug Consultative Committee meetings and also a member of many subcommittees of DCC. Welcome you, sir. So apart from these 3 eminent panelists as from regulatory bodies, we also have an industry leader here as one of the panelists. So I welcome Dr. A. Shivakumar, Regulatory Affairs Director, Global Home Care and South Asia Cluster, Hindustan Unilever Limited. Dr. Shivakumar, fondly called as Shiva, he is a BTech in Metallurgical and Material Engineering from IIT Bombay and a PhD in Colloidal and Interface Science from Columbia University, New York. He has worked in R&D for past 29 years, and his first 11 years were at Nalco Chemical Company, USA, in the field of water and waste treatment. The next 18 years at Unilever in the areas of consumer good innovation and regulatory affairs. He has led global and regional design centers in Unilever in laundry and skin cleansing categories, and also has extensive experience in regulatory affairs as director leading South Asia and Africa clusters and global home care category. His expertise is in surface and colloidal chemistry, surfactant, formulation development, and processing and regulatory affairs. He has led several complex global innovation projects and has developed several innovative products and won many awards, including the US Green Chemistry Challenge Award for development of environmental friendly polymers. He has published 9 research papers and filed over 27 patents. So welcome you, sir. And once again, I welcome all the panelists and I request to begin with a keynote speech. Dr. Prasad, I request to have a keynote speech for the session, please. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Thanks for inviting me as the keynote speaker from, thanks to FICCI, organizers, Dr. Sonal, industry stakeholders, experts, my colleagues from the CDSCO and from the State Drug Control Department. Well, as you all know, this is a scenario where there is a, you cannot say exactly a post-pandemic situation. Still, we are trying to recover from the pandemic situation. So I just want to highlight the today's topics on the future landscape for exports for the cosmetics, especially. As you all know, the Central Drug Standard Control Organization is primarily looks into the quality, safety, and efficacy of drugs. But as far as cosmetics is concerned, it looks only into the quality and safety. And as you all know, it covers under the definition of cosmetics under Section 3 of the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. So with respect to cosmetics, as you all know, we have we have a great scope in this. India is the largest, you can say, the pharmacy of the world. So this is all with respect to generics. Now, today's topic is also very interesting with cosmetics and how do we go about it. So this is the area where there is a great scope because the present regulations also favors a lot and there's no much stringency in these issues. And the draft notification, which was published in somewhere in November 2018, also highlights the various issues of the proposed regulations on the cosmetics. As you all know, the CDSCO has already revised and implemented the medical device rules in 2017, new drugs and clinical rules in 2019. So anytime the draft guidelines, which was posted in for all the general public in the comments in 2018, for the sake of regulations of cosmetics, also highlights the various aspects both for the domestic manufacture and as well as for the imports. With respect to, of course, with respect to exports, it requires the harmonization of our guidelines, or whatever the revised guidelines which are prepared is almost in consonance with the global guidelines. So with respect to the guidelines, which I just want to highlight it, this is proposed. The highlights are, there are 13 chapters. There were schedules, and there were eight schedules, and there were about 24 forms for the regulation, for the application and licensing purposes. So some of the highlights of the schedules which we look into the proposed guidelines. As you all know, the first 5 chapters of the proposed guidelines deals with the making an application for import and its authorization and its get registration purposes. The significant difference between the cosmetics and the drugs is, in case of drugs, there is a registration process and import licenses. But in case of cosmetics, it is only registration, and there is issue of import licenses. So deliberations, and somehow the cosmetics were taken into the process of registration, but otherwise cosmetics was basically it's already an existing law where there is a manufacturing licenses are issued by the state drug control authority. Now coming into aspects, now in the year 2017 there were joint inspections for the licensing purposes along with the state. The central authority along with the state inspects for the premises in use, and the state authority issues the license. The complete revamp of the guidelines taking into all these issues with respect to, there was a completely splintered in the existing laws in the drugs and cosmetics rules. The manufacturing licenses are issued by the state. The import license, the import registration is issued by the central drug control authority. Standards of cosmetics in Schedule S, and colors and dyes, etc., is Schedule Q. And we rely more on the standards which is stipulated by the Bureau of Indian Standards. The highlight of an important aspect of the proposed guideline is similar to a new drug, a new cosmetic is being introduced. That's a very significant feature where the safety issues of the new cosmetic is being evaluated as per IS standards of 1997. So apart from these, the issues of the similar to the good manufacturing practices for the pharmaceuticals, the same it is being incorporated in a lighter way, similar to the Schedule M of a GMP, where in the Part 1 and Part 2, the general requirements of the Part 1 and the general requirement and the specific requirements for Part 2 of the for the different category of the listed cosmetics. So this is a proposed guideline was there. And there are issues where there are very confusing states of on the issue of cosmetics, whether it is personal care products or the various, the various listed of products of cosmetics. Some are oral hygienic products, some are personal care products. All these are being listed almost, I think, the entire gamut of cosmetics, more or less, except the herbal and all. These cosmetics are all covered in the list of the category of cosmetics in the proposed guidelines or proposed rules of the drugs and cosmetics, rules 2018. So some of these issues are there, and what will be the labeling pattern, what will be the manner of labeling, what are the prohibited list of items are there, which needs to be avoided in the cosmetic manufacturing, and what is the package insert, what is the mandatory requirements, all those issues, and various other provisions of the implementation is more or less exactly similar to what has been devised for the drugs. So the entire gamut of the proposed guidelines is almost in tandem or in harmonization in the global aspects. Maybe there could be there could be differences, unlike US, where there is a pre-approval is not necessary, where here there is an approval is required in the country. Of course, the issues is only to ensure the standards which is being implemented in the manufacture. And there are certain things with respect to imports also, as you see now, the import of cosmetics by hotel industry or personal baggage or bulk package, etc. These are all being exempted in the proposed guidelines, where it is being envisaged the total, certain things of confusions are also being eliminated in the proposed draft guidelines of the cosmetics. So taking into all these aspects, I think there is a great scope. The proposed GSR or the draft guidelines of the cosmetics, maybe upon deliberation on the various stakeholders' inputs, and if it finally comes into implementation, probably it will pave the industry's growth in terms of not only domestic, and significantly there is a growth for the exports of the cosmetics in the overseas. And probably in the next decade or so, we see we would like to see India is the next scope, apart from be taken as a leverage by the Indian industry, and the significant contribution both in terms of the exports, and there are various relaxations also at the customs, except the imports which we are controlling, or in case of exports there is no such the stringency is not there, that except the requirements of the customs for export, and the drug regulatory department of the central department is not interfering in the exports issues. So that leverage is always there for exports in terms of ease of business. At the same time, this industry has to prosper, and the probably there are some innovative products which comes into the domain of the cosmetics, and certain confusions also needs to be eliminated, certain marginal differences between the cosmetics and slightly between devices, medical devices. So and certain some marginal differences must be there. There could be some cosmetics and drugs, and the labeling issues plays an important part in this issue, and this needs to be resolved. And the important aspects of the cosmetics is the manner of labeling, the claims. The claims is very important. If any therapeutic claim comes, or if any additional claims comes which doesn't have a substantial scientific evidence, naturally it will go into the domain of a drug, or probably go into a device if a device is being used, which is falling under the risk category of A or B, most likely, which is attracts the definition of the medical devices. So these are some of the areas where we really need to understand, and experts in this industry with the help of the Bureau of Indian Standards, which is the nodal agency for testing and standards of cosmetics. And also some of the highlights which was in the proposed rules is also the cosmetics appellate laboratory and the cosmetics testing laboratory and the CDSCO, and in certain areas, the central licensing authorities' relevance in these proposed guidelines in case of new cosmetics. So these are all the highlights wherein we almost is in harmonization, trying to harmonize with the global standards so that the industry can take leverage and comply, whether in terms of the GMP or the good manufacturing practices for cosmetics and good laboratory practices in terms of testing and standards. So with these few words, I congratulate and the FICI for taking up this program in this pandemic situation. And this is equally important in terms of industry, in terms of economy, with respect to exports, especially in a situation where this is still the pandemic is on. And definitely cosmetics and cosmetics industry and business has a very important role. And only thing is the industry, the consumers need to evolve a strategy wherein they should be more enlightened. The consumers also must be more enlightened, and they should know the relevance of cosmetic and the confusions between certain drugs which we use for oral hygienic products, or personal care, and the drugs which we use for a particular purpose needs to be discriminated and used in a more appropriate way. With these few words, I congratulate the Piki and the entire team, and hope this today's discussions will lead to some further, making some guidelines or implementation, or in terms of taking the leverage and further how we go about the manufacturing and exports for cosmetics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Prasad, for your keynote speech, and really thank you so much for all the highlights which you have shared with us about the new cosmetic rules and how even from the regulators you are trying to have the harmonization across whatever is there. And I also like that concept of as the way we have currently India is pharmacy of world. Going forward, how can we also become cosmetics of the world? So really, thank you so much for all your best wishes as well as all your support and guidance. So with that, I think let us move to the next session of the panel discussion. And just wanted to just touch upon few key observations. Sir, already you also mentioned it that this year 2020 is really a unique year in multiple ways. And COVID-19 has really fundamentally changed many aspects of our professional as well as personal life. And I think this virtual Massmerize 2020 is one of the outcomes of the same. So what we have seen it in the last few months, we have realized that there is a power of virtual collaborative platforms and how we can make that most effective by replacing it even the face-to-face meetings as well. Secondly, sir, the other point actually just thought of as a key observation that as you rightly mentioned, sir, that cosmetics are no more only considered as a products for beautification, but now we have also started realizing that there are certain products in the cosmetic area as well, which could be considered as essential for personal hygiene. And I think therefore there is a need that we can again rethink whether the existing definition of cosmetics under drugs and cosmetic regulation, whether it is sufficient, or is there any way, is it possible to have some changes to emphasize some of the current requirements for, as you mentioned about the oral hygiene, or even in general skin hygiene. So by inclusion of some germ protection category to maintain person hygiene. So that could be one of the thought just to put on the table. The third point about I thought that there is one more important thing that the way even regulators are taking forward step for bringing harmonization in the cosmetic rules by bringing new regulation. At the same time, even industry is also willing to partner with regulators in bringing those reforms, of course, with a common goal for providing better services to consumer. And therefore we can also just be willing to partner with all of you, sir, on this reforms activities. and how best we can do it harmonization with using the international regulations, at the same time also thinking about customization for India. And there is one more thing, which is that considering the above scenario, how best we can think about it, how we can simplify the regulations, harmonize the regulations. So just without taking further, like time, I think let's initiate the discussions on the panel. And my first question to you, sir, now, Dr. Goswami, sir, as we heard already from Dr. Prasad about the central regulator's viewpoint. I would request you to provide your, perspective from the state authority. How would you like to differentiate the existing cosmetic regulations from drugs and medical devices regulation?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. First of all, I thank Vicky and, and Johnson and Johnson for recognizing me. Especially, I am from a very small state situated in the northeast part of India, that is Tripura. Many of the people even do not know about the Tripura. And our state is such a small state. Not only our state, almost all the northeastern states are small states, and we do not have any manufacturing unit. Leave alone cosmetics, we do not have any manufacturing unit. Almost we are having zero manufacturing unit of drugs and including cosmetic also. So my experience in cosmetics is not that much. Neither, to be free and frank enough, neither I have inspected during my working as inspector any cosmetic industry, nor as a licensing authority I have issued any license to any cosmetic industry. But yes, I visited long back some of the cosmetic industries in Mumbai and Ahmedabad during the drug inspector training way long back in the year 1989-90. Yes, but as Vicky and Johnson has recognized me by inviting me to be a panel discussion, and I have readily accepted with open heart to be a panel discussion, to be a part of the this program as a panelist. Yes, Dr. P.B.N. Prasad, the Joint Drug Controller India, sir, he has spoken in general the brief of the history of the cosmetics in India, as that of including the import. As Dr. Sunal Madam told me, what is the perspective from that of the central and to the state. As regards cosmetics, as on date, as per the provision of the Drugs and Cosmetic Rules 1945, this comes under the rules. That is, all manufacturing activities are being controlled by the state licensing authority. Manufacturing of cosmetics for sale, but many cosmetics are being imported in India. That import of cosmetics, including giving permission for new cosmetics, are being regulated by CDSC, that is Central Drug Authority. So the perspective is that the state licensing authority are only concentrating on the licensing and quality of the cosmetics. But as we know all that cosmetics are exempted from sale license. So there is no question of sale license. We are only concentrating on the manufacturing as well as ascertaining the quality of the cosmetics which are being manufactured for sale. For sale. So, and only that part, being a state licensing authority, we are looking after. But CDSO, being central licensing authority, they are solely responsible regarding the import. So on that, I have a very small slide on a PPT mode. Sunal Madam told me that I may not get more than 10 minutes. So I think if I place that PPT, power presentation, and if you give me 10 minutes time, that will be more clear what is the responsibility of the state licensing authority and what are the responsibility of the central licensing authority. So right now, I will go with that PPT and I may escape some of the slides due to the shortage of time. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going with the slides. Yeah. But within 10 minutes, I'll finish. I'll go fast with the slides.
So slides, okay.
Regulation of cosmetics in India. Next. What are the contents of this slide? Terminology of cosmetics, regulatory provision relating to manufacture cosmetics, how to obtain license, condition of license, regulatory provision or prohibition on sale of cosmetics, loan license, import of cosmetics, and conclusion. Next. As per section 3AAA, 3AAA of the DNC Act, a cosmetic is defined in short, the substance intended to be rubbed, poured, sprinkled, or sprayed, or introduced, or otherwise applied to human body or any part for cleansing, beautifying, promoting attractiveness, or altering the appearance, and includes any article which are included for the preparation of the cosmetics. Cosmetics are regulated under License Cosmetics 1940 and the rules thereafter. BIS sets the standard for cosmetics for the product listed under Schedule S of the DNC Rules 1945. As on date, there are 36 preparations in Schedule S. Next. Regulatory provision related to manufacture cosmetics in India. How to obtain license? The procedure to be followed in order to manufacture cosmetics in India has been laid down under the DNC Rule 1945, and Schedule M classifies the cosmetics into 11 broad product categories. I am not going to those categories, including the toilet soap, and there are also the minimum area, the requirements, and other things. Everything is given, and the application has to be submitted in Form 31 along with a fee of rupees 2,500 and inspection fee of rupees 1,500 up to 10 items as on date. And for additional items, each item, the application has to be submitted with a fee of rupees 100 for each item, maximum up to 3,000 rupees. Next. The manufacturer has to ensure the production is done in presence of a competent and qualified technical staff. The qualified technical, all these are prescribed in the said rules. Next. Before granting the license, the manufacturing has to be inspected by the inspectors to ascertain the compliance of Schedule M2 of DNC Rules 1945. Requirements of factory supervisor for manufacture of cosmetics as per Schedule M2. I think here the most of the participants are either panelists or the participants are more or less related with the cosmetic industry. So I did not go in details regarding location, surrounding, buildings, many things, and the minimum space required for each section. I bypass those slides and go to the next slide. Next. Next. These are the slides for defined preparation, nail polish, eye polish, many things. Next. Next. Yeah. Now next, these are the things which I bypass. It is all given the books and the minimum area, equipment, staff, space, the other things which are required. Now the condition of license, these have to be important. So the license in force shall be kept on the approved premises and shall be produced at the request of an inspector appointed under the Act 1940. Any change in the technical staff shall be informed to the licensing authority. If the licensee wants to manufacture for sale of additional items, they should apply to the licensing authority for necessary endorsement to the license as provided under Rule 138.3. The license shall be deemed to be extended to those cosmetics so endorsed. The licensee shall inform the licensing authority in writing in the event of any change in the constitutional form, and if the change is taken place, the verification of license takes place 90 days, during which a fresh license has to be obtained. Next. These are some of the conditions: labeling, packaging, and standards of standard for cosmetics, which a manufacturer has to fulfill the things before the products be marketed in the market. Next. Regulatory prohibitions on sale of cosmetics. Now, as I told, the cosmetics are being manufactured for sale. Now, there are some prohibitions that those cosmetics cannot be sold. Any cosmetic which is of not of standard quality, any cosmetic which is misbranded or adulterated or spurious, any cosmetics containing ingredients which render it injurious or harmful or unsafe to use, any cosmetic whose import is prohibited by rule, any cosmetic except toilet soap containing hexachlorophene, any cosmetic which contains lead or arsenic compound beyond the permissible limit, any cosmetics which contains mercury compounds beyond the permissible limit. Yes, in addition to the licensing system, like drugs, is also possible. There is a loan license system. Loan license system is given to a person who does not have his own manufacturing unit, but wants to utilize the facilities, the manufacturing unit of a licensed manufacturer. A person not having his own manufacturing facilities can get cosmetics manufactured from the licensed cosmetic under provision of DNC Rule 1945. Application for loan license in prescribed form 31A, along with the license fee of rupees 2,500 and inspection fee of rupees 1,000 for up to 10 items to be submitted to the licensing authority. Licensing authority before grant of loan license satisfy himself that the manufacturing unit that has adequate equipment, staff capacity for manufacture and facilities to undertake the manufacture on behalf of the applicant for a loan license, maintaining the quality of the cosmetics. Import of cosmetics. Our PBNs are already told about that the India regarding that. They are looking for that import of the state license authority has got no rule regarding the import of the cosmetics. However, I have some of the points I mentioned on the highlighted over here. As defined under Rule 21 of the DMC rule, all cosmetic products imported for sale in India need to be registered with licensing authority. They have it is central licensing authority. Application for registration in Form 42 with fee of $250 or its equivalent to Indian rupees for each brand of cosmetics along with required documents are to be submitted to the central licensing authority, that is Drug Control General India, CDSCO, FDA Bhavan, New Delhi. Single application in Form 42 for any number of brands manufactured at one or more locations by a single manufacturer. This is very important. Sometimes some people are confused with that. That single application in Form 42 for any number of brands manufactured at one or more locations, but by a single manufacturer. That manufacturer should be single one. In that case, single application will serve the purpose as per the provision of the DLC rule. The single registration certificate in Form 43 is issued to a particular applicant in respect of import of any number of brands manufactured at one or more locations by single manufacturer. This certificate shall be issued. This is another important. This certificate shall be issued within 6 months from the date of application if found in order. And if found not in order, the licensing authority has to inform or inform the applicant rejecting their application. But there is a provision, once the application is rejected, the applicant may prefer an appeal under the provision of DNC rule to the central government, whose decision will be the final. In case of new cosmetics, the applicant shall obtain prior permission. This is again another important point. In case of new cosmetics, the applicant shall obtain prior permission in the prescribed form of DNC rule 1945. Next. Procedure for import of cosmetics. As per Rule 132, a declaration stating that cosmetics comply with the provision of Chapter 3 of the Act shall be given on behalf of the manufacturer or importer to the collector of customs, the officer appointed at the port by the central government, if feels that the cosmetics contravene any of the provision of the Act or rules thereunder, may take samples and proceed accordingly. Proceed accordingly means if they take the sample is to send to the central drug laboratory, and they will wait for the report, and once they get the report, if the report is standard quality, then these goods are, or other cosmetics are allowed to be imported in India. But if there is the report is of not a standard quality, again there is a procedure that first of all these cosmetics are not allowed to import India, and there is a procedure laid down to return the goods to the origin of the country from where it is imported, or if not returned, it has to be destroyed by the central government, for which the detailed procedure is laid down in the DLC rules. Next. Prohibition of import of certain cosmetics, just like prohibition of sale of cosmetics in India. Similarly, the prohibition of import of certain cosmetics. Import of certain cosmetics prohibited under DNC Act and rules 134A, 135, 135A. Any cosmetic which is of not of standard quality, any misbranded, spurious or adulterated cosmetics, any cosmetics containing any ingredient which may render it unsafe or harmful for use under the direction indicated or recommended, any cosmetic the import of which is prohibited by rule, any cosmetics containing hexachlorophene, any cosmetic which contains lead or arsenic compound beyond the permissible limit, any cosmetic which contains mercury compounds beyond the permissible limit. Next.
Hello, sir. So
Yeah.
just a request, if already Sir Dr. Prasad has also shared about the import regulation, and also
I'm very
Mr.
fast. Ma'am,
Chandankar sir is also there. So can we take it as a part of questions?
I may take another 2 minutes, just
No
just two
problem.
minutes.
Okay, okay, sir.
Next. Next. Okay, I'm just skipping the rules. Next. Yeah, these are the one of the points that the difference between the enforcement of drugs, cosmetics, and medical devices. As of now, manufacture of cosmetics are fully enforced by state licensing authority. Except few drugs, the enforcement on most of the drugs are jointly done by the state and central drug control authorities. Enforcement on medical device of A and B class are done by the state licensing authority, whereas that of C and D classes are done by the central licensing authority, that is CDSU. Next. Key features of new cosmetic rules which are in draft stages as on 27 November 2018. Their draft rules which is not yet been published. Some of the features which I have found in the new draft rules, I am just mentioning, maybe taking 1 minute. The drug license would be issued within 45 days without inspection. At present, the drug license is issued within 6 months, but with inspection. In the new draft rule, the drug license will be issued within 45 days without inspection. Inspection will be carried out after issue of the license, who will see the compliance of the undertaking given by the applicant. Validity of registration certificate for import cosmetics is proposed to be 5 years, whereas at present it is 3 years. The cosmetic rules is completely made separate from that of the present DLC rules, which will be quite helpful in dealing and processing not only by the regulators but also by the entrepreneurs. The hygienic products which play a very important role in our healthcare system, especially as preventive measures which are at present not regulated under DNC rules, would likely to be regulated in the draft cosmetic rules. This will ensure proper assessment of the quality of the hygienic products. Conclusion: all the cosmetics which are manufactured and imported must be within the provision of DNC. Thank you, ma'am. Now I can take the questions. Thank you, ma'am. I can take the questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for giving the complete perspective. It's not only from the state authority, but also state and central, and what is related to the domestic manufacturing, registration of cosmetics, as well as import of the cosmetic. And one valid point, sir, which you had also included in your presentation, that can we have a separate category of hygiene cosmetics? So that is also one new concept. So just taking that connecting question, and then I would request, my next question to Mr. Chandankar, sir. Sir, this is regarding again the new cosmetic rules, as I think it is getting emphasized again and again. And all of us, we are aware that this was published in about 2 years back, and it was expected that till the beginning of the year of 2020, we were really hopeful that these new cosmetic rules that will get finalized, and maybe that would be implemented from the this year itself. Maybe probably we were expecting by mid of this year. Of course, unfortunately, because of the COVID situation, which COVID hit India very badly, and nothing moved in this area for the time being. And then, of course, we appreciate and we are really supportive of focus of government, mainly to curb the COVID-related infection pan India, which was of utmost importance. But as now slowly the unlock process has already begun, and therefore we are curious to know, sir, the progress of finalization of new cosmetic rules. So request if you can put some light on this aspect. My question to Chandankar, sir.
First of all, thank you, Vicky, for giving me an opportunity to participate in this panel discussion. And as far as the new cosmetic rules, the proposed rules are with the ministry. Because of the pandemic situation has been delayed, and the ministry has requested from Committee on Subordinate Legislative Lok Sabha to extend the timeline up to December 2020. So maybe in the next year, early in the next year, the final copy of the rule will be available.
Okay. Okay, that's a very good news, sir. So, and sir, our request that whether before finalizing that, so whether again there would be one draft which could be circulated as a final draft regulation? Because I think over a period of time there were a lot of inclusions, exclusions in the new cosmetic rules. So can we expect as industry that we will able to view the draft before it gets published?
Actually, madam, after the publication of the draft cosmetic rules, there were several discussions. We have invited different associations, and we had a very long discussions over each and every rule. And after the final discussion with different association, we have finalized that draft, and accordingly, we have proposed it for the finalization to the ministry. So now it is under finalization. So further comments and further we have proposed, it will be finalized accordingly.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And it's a really good news that it is moving forward, and we are expecting to see early next year at least. So thank you for giving that update. So coming to the next questions, as we have already heard multiple views from the regulators on the current existing cosmetic regulation and also what is coming up as new cosmetic rules. So now I request Dr. Shiva, we would like to hear from you the industry perspective. So if you can just share what are the current challenges which industry is facing it and how you look forward for the new cosmetic rules.
Okay, thank you, Sonal, and thank you, Vicky, for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Prasad, Mr. Chandankar, and Dr. Swami, once again, a pleasure to be here discussing with you. So essentially, if you look from an industry point of view, while a lot of points have been put forth by the regulators, I mean, having said that, there are still a number of challenges that the industry is facing under the cosmetic regulations, and these impact business quite a bit. And I think it stems from three issues. Yeah? I mean, first one is the rules are complex, and actually, I mean, the rules are simply seems to be an extension of the drug rules. They are not really cosmetic rules per se, although the new draft cosmetic rules are very good step which CDSCO has taken, and it's in the right direction. Second point is the varied interpretation of these rules. I mean, everyone seems to have their own interpretation because the rules are not very clear sometimes, and sometimes they get mixed with drug rules, and then therefore the interpretation varies. And then finally, I think there are quite a bit of narrow definitions that actually does not take into account the progress science is making in the field of cosmetics. So unlike drugs, where the research takes a long time, rightfully so, because they deal with the human body and it needs a lot of safety and other precautions, cosmetic technology advances very fast. In fact, you have almost on a yearly, sometimes 6 months basis technology coming up, which shows you things which were not possible, say, 5 years ago, but the rules don't take that into account. And what do I mean by all this? These 3 points, I'll give you some examples so it's kind of clear. These are just some examples. For example, there are too many labeling rules. I think Dr. Prasad did touch upon this. There are a lot of labeling rules in cosmetics. You have BIS rules, you have Drugs and Cosmetics Act rules, you have legal metrology, and often they overlap and sometimes are contradictory. For example, for small packs, drugs and cosmetic rules exempts batch number, or BIS mandates batch number. Yeah, so then you're kind of, you have to look at all the rules and try to follow and do that. That's one point. As I mentioned, the cosmetic regulations are narrow and often mirror drug regulations, and these a lot of times stifles innovation. For example, you look at the definition of manufacturing, cosmetic manufacturing. I mean, even if you want to do something good for the environment or for the consumers, the definition doesn't allow us to do, and the authorities are helpless because they say the definition doesn't allow you to do. And a good example would be, suppose you want to put up, given the so much emphasis on sustainability, plastic waste, which the honorable Prime Minister is proposing to clean up the country, you want to put in, say, a system of where consumers can bring in their packs and bottles and get refilled and then go back, rather than putting out new packs every time. It's very difficult to do, because the moment you say I will refill, you break down a bulk into smaller packs, it becomes manufacturing. You slap a label on the bottle, it becomes manufacturing. And then when you want to put this up in a place like, say, a mall or a place where consumers come, it's very difficult because they cannot have the GMP needed to make it into a manufacturing activity. So these kind of innovations, or these kind of almost necessity today, if you look at sustainability, is very difficult to do because of the narrow definition. BIS standard, again, Dr. Prasad talked about it. The BIS standards, the Drugs and Cosmetics Act mandates about, I think, 36 or so products. Most of them are common cosmetics where you have to follow BIS standards. BIS standards are great, but they should be guidelines, and the BIS standard should focus on, say, safety, the microbiome aspect, or the analytical testing methods which are needed. But what happens is the standards have specification, they have formulation specification, and because of that, it doesn't allow the industry to come up with new innovations, which, by the way, consumers outside of India are all experiencing. A good example would be, let's take skin cream standard. There is a minimum TFM of 5, which is mandated. Now, there are creams available with TFM 1, 2, and these, because the TFM is lower, gives extremely good feel. But we can't put it in this country. Yes, we can change the standard, but then changing the standard takes time. It takes 2-3 years to change any standard, and by that time, the innovation is already advanced to the next level. So we are always, not in tune with how the innovations are happening. This is another example of where how the regulation is not allowing us to put forth what is best for the consumer. And then the second point, in terms of interpretation, I mean, there are different interpretations by different regulators. Yeah, I mean, so for example, if I go to I want to register, get a license for a product, I go to one state FDA, get a license, but then when I go to the other state FDA, sometimes they don't grant the license, saying no, we don't agree with this, and then the business is kind of stuck because there is plan to increase capacity and to put more in the market, but then you are stuck. It takes time. You have to go. You got to explain. That should not be the case. I mean, all state regulators, FDA, should have similar interpretation. Similarly, a product whose license is granted in one state is a lot of time challenged in another state by the state FDA, especially on the claims. I mean, that should, again, there should be harmonization, right? I mean, if one state FDA has given a license after looking at all the aspects, then there should be, at least in my opinion, it should be respected across the country. I mean, that's how it should work, because all said and done, all of us are following the same Drugs and Cosmetics Act and rules. And then the final point is also in terms of harmonization, in terms of between CDSCO and state FDAs. Claims allowed, we talked about claims as well. Dr. Prasad touched upon claims as well. These are critical because claims are the ones which, in a way, while it promotes the product, also educates the consumer what the product can do. And the claims allowed by state FDAs and the products being, we have in the industry examples where we have a product in the market, domestic market, for a long time, and with a certain claim. Now, to build capacity, you want to import more of the product from, say, another country because our capacities are full with the same claim, but CDSCO is not allowing, saying this claim is a drug claim. That cannot be the case, right? So that the business is stuck because it can't, and they're not clearing it. The imports cannot come in. There's no capacity to build. And that should not be the case. I mean, the CDSCO and the state FDA should be on the same page as far as the interpretation goes. And that's all we are saying. We are not saying we cannot have a drug or it's a drug or a cosmetic. But either way, if one regulator says it is okay, the other regulator is saying not okay, then the industry is stuck between the two. And we have had cases, sir, which I'm sorry to say, but in the CDSO itself, who has approved a claim, we have been importing the product, but there are minor changes in formulations. We notify. At that time, they don't allow the same claim which has been approved by the same department. So these are, I'm not saying this happens all the time, but there are times when this happens and the industry gets stuck, which in my opinion, should not be happening. And then the other point which I want to make, Ajay, which I think Dr. Goswami and Dr. Prasad touched on it as well, and Sonal did as well, is the hygiene claims. I mean, hygiene claims are important. They are cosmetic, and they are important, and especially in this pandemic time, this has become even more important because it's not only about, as Sonal mentioned, beautifying, but it's also about personal hygiene, which is important. I mean, take a case like soaps or a hand wash products. Now they make claim like germ protection or fights virus, and then we get challenged on these claims, even though your global institutes like WHO or the US CDC or even the Indian government and our own Indian Health Minister, Honorable Health Minister, keeps propagating the message: please wash your hands with soap to protect yourself from coronavirus. But then when the product makes a claim, we are challenged. And that should not be the case. I mean, then there needs to be some kind of a what do you call a common point where the industry can follow, because industry tries to follow what the government is saying, but then the regulators are not in tune with that. Admittedly, it is not the regulator's fault. Please don't get me wrong. It is just how the regulations are. The regulations are put in section 3B2 saying if you kill vermin, insects, etc., it becomes a disinfectant and drug. And that kind of overrides, the drug regulation kind of overrides the cosmetic regulation, which should not be the case. So these are some of the points. I just want to give some examples. I think we really need, and I think it's in the right direction, the separation of the cosmetic rules outside of the Drug and Cosmetic Act rules. This is a great step forward by CDSU. I really appreciate that. But this is just the start. I think we need to move on in this journey and create a completely new cosmetic act and rules which actually take into account many of the things which cosmetics need. For example, this secondary claim, this hygiene products as a separate class, which is not drugs, but it can actually make claims which actually help the consumer, should be really looked into under the cosmetic rules, which Dr. Goswami also mentioned. And the product classification should be essentially based on the primary function. Yeah, I mean, if you take a soap, for example, the primary function is cleansing. But the soap can also moisturize your skin. It can also give you germ protection. These should be allowed because these are important for the consumer and for the health of this country. And finally, my last point is again, eventually move towards a notification system from the registration license system, and we should strengthen the post-market surveillance. That is what is critical. So while the notification helps because it helps the industry to launch products faster, at the same time, by strengthening the post-market surveillance, the authorities can ensure that the products in the market are, are safe or good quality. And in addition, we can borrow nicely from the European or the ASEAN regulations, where the industry has to put together a product information file where everything is documented: the safety of the product, the quality, the specifications, and it is there. Anytime authorities want, they can take a look at it, and that's how they can also ensure that the product which the industry is putting into the market is truly safe, is truly good quality. Those are some of the key points I want to make at this point in time, and then happy to discuss further. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Thank you, Dr. Shiva. Thank you for sharing the pen points of industry. And so just coming from that, the connecting question to Dr. Prasad, sir. Sir, so for having, is there any way for having a framework for having a harmonized interpretation between the central and state authorities? Your views on that, sir?
Yeah, the harmonization issue is between the center and the state is ever deliberated. See, the joint inspections involved, it is implemented in, in 2017, both for drugs, including even for cosmetics also. The joint inspections implementation itself is in the pathway of implementation of harmonization. As you say, there are confusing aspects between one state and the other state. Therefore, CDSUO is involved in inspections processes. Now, in case of clearances of the central licensing authority is concerned, there is no confusion with respect to imports. Almost like maybe certain issues, and there may be the thought process involved or the knowledge involved in these new areas probably needs to be updated or improved. That's a different scenario. But in case of the products which are manufactured and licensed within the country, as Sri Shiva Kumarji has mentioned, that there were differences of in the implementation process from one state to another. So the way of joint inspection itself is try to harmonize. But the issue of licensing, see, as far as inspections and processes are concerned, it's almost there is a harmonization. But the question of product licensing is concerned, because the state is the issuing authority for the licenses of individual states. The issue comes is interpretation. So the interpretation is that, as Mr. Shivakumar has well highlighted, that why do you put the drug rules, extending drug rules, or in a similar fashion to the cosmetics rules also. It's a complex process. Certain things I do accept it, because see why there are multiple agencies. Bureau of Indian Standards is for cosmetics or many other chemicals and raw materials. This is not only a testing laboratory, but it's a standardization organization in the country for various other products and items too. See, that's the only standard the BIS has validated itself, the various test procedures, or similar to the ISO standards or IS standards for the cosmetics and chemicals and others. Similar to the drug standards, where the standards are for pharmacopoeia, similarly the standards is for this. So the understanding process, there are two regulatory agencies, not the criteria. It is only the testing and the standards which they had developed that method and validated, and its implementation. The BIS is not a regulatory agency in these aspects. This is only a testing laboratory or developing standards, and its implementation process is implemented by the FDA or the drugs and as per the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. Globally also, if you can think the FDC Act of US or anywhere, there is no separate agency only meant for cosmetics. Drugs and cosmetics, which is applied either externally or taken internally or externally applied. This is the question of external applied or external thing, is basically either for certain things attracts the definition of attract, certain things do not attract the definition of attract, which is meant for cosmetics. We do understand that there is a complexity and understanding between the certain areas where there are gray areas are there between a cosmetic and a drug. So that similarly there are gray areas in various other areas between nutraceuticals and the nutrition supplements and drugs. There are certain areas are there. Those needs to be addressed. But the issue of the complexity, I feel that once the guidelines comes, it will be narrowed down. And as my colleague has already told, because of pandemic, it was delayed and it will be implemented. So that could be resolved even by amendments. It's a dynamic process. It's a dynamic process. There's nothing is static. Because when we started implementing medical device rules, it came in 2017 and slowly we implemented it. And then there is still the further implementation, also large category of medical devices, wherein still in the process of implementation. So the understanding level, all these days, we have not regulated the cosmetics to that extent. The more the robust mechanism, the more the exports and the take globally, So this is more. See, unless it is a proper the regulations compliance is there, the acceptance globally is an important thing. That's one important thing. The regulations need to help the industry. Regulations is not to obfuscate the industry or something like that. It always needs to do that. But as far as the state and the central implementation in terms of this thing, this needs to be resolved. And such complexities we can narrow down. We can list such things and bring it into the statutory body whenever we have a drug consultative committee meetings, DCC meetings. In that we can resolve those issues. We have always their problems even in drugs also. As we grow, complexities will also grow, but we try to narrow down the things either in terms of framing the guidelines or making the rules or resolving through meetings. And it's a continuous dynamic process, nothing is static. But the apprehensions of drug rules and cosmetics rules is, if you can see, maybe these are only the basic things which needs to be addressed. The issue of, there are certain things which maybe, I do not know exactly what is the final phase, where it is to be implemented, because stakeholders meetings were already held several times. So maybe exactly the entire draft rules may not be taken into the final form, but enough stakeholders meetings. My colleague has told that stakeholders meetings have already been held, and industry consultation was also held. So once it is posted and probably its implementation process, there may be some time for its implementation. There may be addition or deletion of products, understanding of better care, and probably, when in case of medical devices, we have evolved a lot from one stage 10 years back to now. So this is also, we try to understand and we try to grow, we try to understand each other, the industry as well as the regulator. We try to resolve the issues, and as we go ahead, probably we'll be able to resolve many of these issues. It's not a big thing at all.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Very well explained, and thank you for giving that perspective. So, just again, there is one additional question. My question to Mr. Chandankar, sir. So, first of all, sir, both of you, we would like to thank you from the industry that, especially during this pandemic situation, there was one forward step by CDSCO that was accepting applications without having the apostille documents. That was a really forward-looking step, and also doing all submissions online. That was also really important during this pandemic to continue with the business. And sir, again, if something can be added, that this was currently which was really necessary, but going forward, it was actually our query that whether the same situation would remain, the not only for imported cosmetics but even for state authorities. The submissions are happening currently online, but the previous practice was to submit everything by hard copies. So is there any way by which, again, maybe can we expect some sort of a harmonization again across central and state to take some conscious decision? And of course, even from industry perspective, we are also responsible for submitting all the valid documents. And can we go ahead so that it would be again addition of ease of business? Sir, just wanted to have your viewpoint, Chandankar sir, on that.
Yes, this COVID pandemic situation has really affected the cosmetic industry, cosmetic sector. So few of the association have written to DCGS about the inability to submit the documents like power of attorney and FSC. And on the basis of that, DCGS has taken the action and issued the notice that, okay, we will issue the conditional RC. So we have we have initiated that process, and as on date, we have given the permission for more than 100 permissions have been given on the basis of condition. So if this situation remains, again, we can think earlier it was for 4 months, or if the situation gets normalized, again, we have revised that notice. We have again given the 4 months time period. So accordingly, we are doing our best in support of the industry, in support of the importers. So as far as the state licensing authorities is concerned, so state authorities can better explain on that point.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Goswami, whether it would be possible to continue with the online submissions. I am aware that not all state authorities are having, and they have adopted online software, but at least on email communication, whether that would be continued. Just wanted to have your viewpoint on that.
Yeah. In our state, we have online system under the UPB, ease of doing business, and it will be continued. So we do not accept any application for manufacturing through offline hard copy. We accept application through online. There is single window system. So we are following that, and it will be continued in our state. And as concerned of my state, I am continuing. It will be continued through online. No offline for manufacturing units. It will be continued. It will be continued.
Okay.
It will continue.
So thank you for sharing that, and therefore definitely we will look, as the industry, we will look forward for having more online communication, which will really speed up the complete registration processes as well as all other approvals. So thank you for giving that perspective. Now I'm just going forward with the other questions, because I'm representing here as a part of an industry, and then there were few questions. One was related to there was one clarification required about the recent advisory which is mentioning few categories which are currently commodities, and that is now proposed to be included in the list of medical devices. And I think those are few commodity items such as there are electronic toothbrush as well as manual toothbrushes, as well as sanitary napkins which are called as menstrual pads. So I think all these products again, and in the discussion also, like many of us, like even Dr. Goswami, Dr. Prasad, Dr. Shiva, all of you mentioned about it, that how going forward hygiene of the consumers is important, and also how cosmetic industry can best put forward their food to have cosmetic products in line with that. So at the same time, when we are having this like perspective, at the same time there are few commodities which are really standard hygiene products and which are used across pan India, and those products are getting included in the medical devices. So actually, Dr. Prasad, I would like to hear from you. Is it really necessary to include products like sanitary napkins, products like toothbrushes, or even face mask? Those can be part of the medical devices, or is there any way to exempt that? Because unnecessary that would have a additional burden on the industry as well as on the consumers, because the reach of those products will get limited only to the selling premises of drug products, because medical devices would be considered as a drug. So overall, considering from that perspective, request you to put some light on that, sir.
Oh, well, this is an area where it needs to be examined closely. As you say, PPE kits, for example, is falling under probably the category A of the medical devices, which is a very low risk. Mostly the low risk products, low to moderate risk products, is an area of the medical device, is an area wherein there will be overlapping of the issue of hygienic products in the cosmetics. So this area needs to be understood properly, and probably it needs to be resolved only when we understand better in these things. As of now, we are not, I mean, executing these things under medical devices, but personal protection equipment, masks, etc., which is already covered under medical devices under the low risk factor of this thing is category B or category A, either of them. So this is the registration process, and it's only in 23, 24. 30 months, 36, 30 months for category A and B products is to be implemented. I mean, it's already up to 18 months voluntary registration, etc. The issue of going into a very contentious issue which you have raised, whether toothbrush is a general consumer product or you need not say a toothbrush is a cosmetic product, or a hairbrush, or a hair dye brush is a cosmetic product, or is it a device? So the intending purpose and the label claim is very important. Is it a device meant for certain therapeutic purpose? Or is it a device meant only for a cosmetic purpose? It makes the difference. So when toothpaste is a cosmetic, toothbrush, I feel that, of course, this is personal opinion, it has never come into that. The toothbrush is also a cleaning device. As a cleansing and beautifying, or whatever you call it, is a cleansing device. So I do not want to go into the technical specifications on a case-to-case basis. The label claim and the intending purpose attracts either into go into the definition of a drug or into the going into the definition of a cosmetic. Or do we categorize a third category of general consumer products, which normally which we have been using it, a tongue cleaner or a toothbrush or a hairbrush or a there are a number of ancillaries and accessories.
Yeah. Even sanitary napkins.
It's a very important thing. So we need to understand better before its implementation. So as of now, we can't say that certain things are we needs to be. It is not the regulator wants to regulate everything. The regulator wants to only standardize and streamline the things. So it is only the intending purpose only, uh, understanding the intending purpose, whether it is for a medicinal or a therapeutic purpose, or for a routine purpose or a cosmetic application. I don't think it will attract the definition of medical device. We cannot go on a case-to-case basis. We have to understand, then categorize this, or not put it into the ambit of a medical device. So this is my opinion.
Okay, sir. Sure. So, of course, yeah, there are multiple representations which have gone, considering, as you rightly pointed out, that can we consider it as a general consumer products? Because products like sanitary napkins, product like toothbrushes, those are really day-to-day need for the consumers, and those are essential for their personal hygiene. So, can we just put it? So definitely, sir, we can have a separate conversation. I know that this is not the right forum for having all that discussion, but thank you so much for your perspective. Dr. Shiva, would you like to give some industry perspective on that, maybe quickly? And then just before you mention your perspective, request to all the audience that you can post your questions. There is a, you can there is a window in which you can put your questions. So maybe last 10 minutes, we can have one or two questions from audience as well. So over to you, Dr. Shiva.
Yeah, thanks. So, this is again, while the Dr. Prasad explained the intent behind these devices, which will classify them, the fact of the matter is this again stems from the way the drug definition is and how it is applied to other products. This is exactly what I was trying to tell. I mean, a toothbrush is a toothbrush. Yes, we can call it a medical device if you go into a very convoluted explanation of it is removing germs or plaque or whatever, and then hence it is a medical device. But that's not the case. And secondly, same with sanitary napkins. I mean, these are essential items today, and India is struggling. Consumers are not even getting these. And when you put them as medical device, then it as you rightly mentioned, it restricts the availability. I mean, you have to sell them through pharmacies, which is not there everywhere in this country, especially rural India. We are trying to get our consumers to brush at least twice a day, which is hygienic. Get sanitary napkins, everybody knows what is the issue in terms of availability. I think this is where I think a pragmatic approach has to be taken, and not just go with the definition of what is the intent say. It should be more on a more pragmatic basis, considering all the other situations. This is exactly, and where Dr. Goswami mentioned, this kind of hygiene is emerging as a category which needs attention by CDSU and state regulators in terms of how do we classify this, not as drugs and make it not available or make it difficult to this. At the same time, how do you ensure they have the quality, etc., to be freely available, and the consumers can benefit from that. So that's as critical.
Thank you, Dr. Shiva. Let me just check any question. Dr. Goswami, I think you wanted to share your perspective. I just saw you. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. So far, for our last one, just
Hello. Sir, I'm not able to hear.
am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now
Yes,
you are
you
audible.
are.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Shubhakumar just told some of the first really appreciable. That first of all, we need the consumer needs. Whatever the rules are to be made or the and these are the interest of consumer, so that consumer get the benefit of it. As regards brush and other things, he has told, I appreciate this approach, and I also feel that this should be looked after. Having said that, Dr. Shubhakumar, told some of the points. I was listening that if one product is approved in one state, that product is not approved in another state. But the rule is same. Yes, I do agree that. But it's it is the approach. How do you examine the rule? How do you enforce the rule? Very simple way. I can tell you. Uh, uh, in an examination, a student may get 9 marks out of 10 against same gives 7 marks against another examiner. So that would be the examiners are wrong. Both the examiners are correct. How the approach, how the attitude they feel, it may differ from one person to another person. For example, an advocate, the same law they are enforcing in the court, but the same things are being expressed by two advocates in differently. So this is somehow the same law are described or explained or enforced differently by two regulators of two states. Just one example I tell you, it is not intentionally. It is how I am said to enforce the law. Say about long where I am telling about say in the year 2003, just I will take 1 minute, 2003 and 4. In the medicine as per rule 96, the level for oral liquid, the active ingredient should be expressed in each 5 ml. Our state being small states and we are not having many manufacturing, almost zero manufacturing, we see that some of the products are coming with level, the content is not expressed in each 5 ml. The content is expressed 15 ml, 10 ml. So we cut off all this. Then those manufacturers brought to the knowledge of those things to their state license so-called big state, they're the producer states. And those mistakes were rectified by those big states. And we got some of the appreciation not only from the manufacturer but from the licensing authority or drug controller of those big states. Yes, you have pointed out some of the points correctly, which we overlooked due to shortage of time or due to lack of manpower. So that does not mean that one product is approved in one state. If some question is raised in other state, it should be seen in a constructive way so that there will be a solution because the rule is safe. So that's all. I think this program is really nice one, and I once again thanks the FICCI and then the host Dr. Sridhar, the Sonal, Johnson, especially for recognizing me and inviting me as a state drug controller of a small state to participate. I really enjoyed this program and hope such program will go in a long way for the interest of the consumer. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Also, the harmonization of the interpretation of the regulations. So, is there any, sir, Doctor, question to Dr. Prasad, sir? Sir, is there any plan for training the enforcement staff as well as industry together on new cosmetic rules? And also, I would request Dr. Mr. Chandankar also to put your viewpoints also.
This is the answer. I'll just ask my colleague, Mr. Vijay, to respond because he looks into really the cosmetic division. So let him answer, my colleague. Yeah.
Sure, sir.
Training in terms of what means, what kind of training you are expecting?
So training in general, like when the new cosmetic rules will come in picture, that time how the what are the nitty-gritties of that regulation, and from the enforcement point of view, of course, the training would be given to the regulators. At the same time, possible to involve even the industry members in the same training, so that it would be understanding from each other what are the key areas which are required to be looked at, and that would be again learning from each other. There was some sort of such training programs which were organized before in the last year in 2019 with respect to, I think, when there was a new clinical trials regulation. After that, there were certain sessions which were that was really a forward step by CDSU. So, is there any such a program, sir? And even C would be really will be taking forward step to have collaboration with the regulators in that training program.
If this could be the requirement, definitely we may consider about this. But the new rules are a slight modification from the existing rules. So if you see the practice we are at present we are doing, we have incorporated into the in a form of rules. So in case some guidance, some kind of training is required, definitely it can be considered. Madam?
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. So that's that would be really helpful. One second, let me just check if any other question is there. So anyone would let me just check it one more time and then I can summarize the session. Yeah, so first, thank you once again
Yeah, I
to
can.
all the eminent. Yeah, yes, Dr. Shiva, you want to?
No, no. I think there is a strong need for the regulators and industry to actually come together and sit down and really discuss the cosmetics from all perspective, from the regulators' perspective, from the consumers' perspective, from the industry perspective, and arrive at a regulation which caters to all. I'm not saying it should all be free for all, where industry can just go and put whatever they want. No, that's not the point. The point is, especially given that our honorable prime minister is pushing the ease of doing business. I mean, at least the roadblocks, or Dr. Prasad did mention the regulation is not meant to hinder the industry. So eh, we need to have these joint discussions on a regular basis to see. And I also rightly mentioned it's a dynamic process. So as things change, we need to keep doing it. And maybe it's a good idea to have a committee kind of thing where you have a couple of state drug controllers, the CDSO, ECJS office, and the industry representative who can sit down and take a look at this and bring forth regulations reforms which will help all. That's my humble suggestion.
Very well said, Dr. Shiva. And that reminds me, like the way we have DTAB, can we have CTAB, Cosmetic Technical Advisory Board? And that would be really good to take it forward from the perspective of all cosmetics and how we can bring all forward-looking regulations. And thank you so much, all the panelists, to be here. I know that it's a really very difficult times, and really thank you for giving your valuable time. And I personally thank all the panelists as well as Fiki for organizing this session. And the key takeaways, what I can say that yes, we want to work together as Dr. Shiva said. We want to collaborate as in with the regulators. And can we have that hygiene product also is to be part of the new draft classification? That was one of the conversations we had it. And really happy to understand that new cosmetics which rules implemented in 2020, which is really forward-looking. Uh, and also, this is one important point that Dr. Prasad mentioned, that regulators want to standardize and streamline the process, not creating any hindrance. That's a really become step, sir. And again, Dr. Goswami, he mentioned about the key area about how we can have hygiene products separately under the cosmetics. So these are all really forward-looking things, and really, this was a really important session, I can say, to keep this journey of framing and reforming cosmetic regulations. Thank you, Dr. Shah, for giving us once again, thank you everyone. And last but not the least, thank all the participants who have taken out their time from their busy schedule as well to be here and to make this interactive. So thank you so much once again. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you. And we will keep meeting again and again to take this forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Live? No? Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the second day of Massmerize. We had a very exciting round of discussions yesterday. Also, right from Mr. Sanjeev Mehta and Madhu from PNG to all the other sort of, big Indian FMCG and retail CEOs spoke at various sessions. We also had a very interesting session with Professor Mohanbir Sani, who's at Kellogg. He gave a very interesting perspective on the various changes they are seeing in the US from a sales and marketing points of view, and in terms of the overall digital trends. We have a professor in the evening as well, Professor Shomitra Datta, who will be joining in the evening today. So if you guys are for it, you should try and join that. So thank you so much. Great set of panelists here today with me. Our session is really around technology, leveraging analytics and digital for decision making in today's environment, and better understanding of consumer and shopper behavior. And who better to do that than the four panelists I have here. So starting with Mr. Sodhi, he's a managing director at Amul. Amul is pretty much a household brand in India and pretty much does not need an introduction from a brand or a business perspective. Second, I've got Mr. Tarun Arora, CEO of Zydus Wellness, also a very, very, very prominent CEO and running a fantastic business. Obviously, this is a hot space for you guys. Then I have Sachin Jain, Managing Director, De Beers India. So that's a very, very interesting perspective to get on a B2B in a category which has pretty much been very unorganized. So it'd be great to hear your views as well. And then we have Mr. Amrish Murthy, founder and CEO of Pepperfry. So thanks, everybody. And so before I start, maybe maybe it'll be good for all of you to just maybe over 30 seconds, just talk a bit about yourselves, your business, your company. I know most of your companies don't need introductions, all household names, but so Sodhi sir, starting with you, maybe you can just spend 30 seconds just talking about what you're doing at Amul and what the role is today. You're on mute. Sorry.
Thank you. Rajji, well, Amul is basically in food, and our last year brand turnover was around 52,000 crore. And fortunately, it is not owned by any individual or government or corporate or the so-called big shareholders, owned by 3.6 million farmers of Gujarat mainly. And last 10 years, our growth rate is around, CGR is around 15-16%. And I mean, it's growing thanks to our suppliers who are our owners, and thanks to billions of consumers who have got faith and trust in Amul products. And they are buying, so we are selling, so we are buying, farmers are producing milk. So good for us.
Fantastic. And how many farmers do you work with on a daily basis? How many farmers do you aggregate milk from?
We have got 3.6 million farmers. Out of that, daily around 2.7 to 2.8 million farmers. Twice in a day we collect milk from them.
Wow.
18,500 milk collection center, and around 10,000 milk tankers are deployed. Milk is coming to around 84 dairy plants and 200 chilling stations. And then products are distributed through more than 10,000 distributor or dealer through 1 million retailers across India. So this is the whole C2C, cow to consumer, or B2C, buffalo to consumer supply chain.
Thank you, Ji. Tarun, coming to you for your brief introduction.
Yeah, good afternoon and thank you for having me here. Hard to give an introduction after a great Amul story. We are a relatively much smaller business. Zydus Wellness is part of the Zydus Group, which is a pharma group. So Zydus Wellness is a consumer-focused company focused on health and wellness products and few personal care products. We are known less by our entity name, more by our brands, thanks to Complan, Sugar Free, Glucon-D, Everyuth, Nutralite, and Nycil, which are clearly strong brands in their own right.
Very, very strong brands.
Yes, so that's where people recognize us more. And over the last couple of years, after the acquisition of Kraft Heinz, we've actually gained substantial strength in terms of both the backend as well as the capability to service our consumers far better. Our wish list is to be more relevant to consumers by providing more health and wellness solutions, products that really work. And in the last few months, a few of our health and wellness products, for example, sugar-free Complan, have been fairly relevant on Nycil. We also launched sanitizer in a very short frame. So some of these products have really helped us overcome the challenges of COVID. Of course, some of the categories like the discretionary personal care or the Horeca pieces have been under pressure, but overall, not much to crib. I think we've learned a lot and been an exciting time.
And how big is the Zydus Wellness business overall? What sort of do you guys declare revenues or?
Yeah, so we are a listed company. Last year, we declared revenues closer to about 1,800 odd crores with 18% EBITDA, and that's
Fantastic. Thanks, Tarun. Coming to Sachin, again, you don't need an introduction as a company. Every woman, and I'm sure man knows the brand very well. But go ahead, please.
Thanks, Rajat. A big thanks to inviting me over for this platform, and I'm really happy to be amongst such esteemed panelists and co-panelists here. See, as De Beers, we are one of the largest diamond mining company, but we've been close to the consumer space and the consumer mindset for over 130 years. And very interestingly, the fact that we faced World War I, World War II, and exoduses of very different nature and still survived. And we internally feel that we're lucky to represent these miracles of Mother Nature and bring them to consumers which hold a meaning. And particularly in the time when we all are in and we're reevaluating or looking at what the new normal is, there's lots of interesting changes, and we did talk about Rajat in the morning, and how we look at future as very different. And again, making meaning of something as natural as a natural diamond and holding that meaning in relationships is something very unique. And I think we all in the business feel very lucky to be doing that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sachin. Pleasure to have you here. Ambrish, last but not the least, you created a fantastic brand over the last few years in India and also become a household name. So maybe just a brief introduction about what you do there and about Pepperfry.
Thanks, Rajat. Likewise, thanks for having me around. It's a pleasure being here. I'm a first generation entrepreneur. My surname is Murthy. Actually, my surname is Vedantam. It's not got to do with any of the, so to speak, business families / castes out there. I sometimes think that if my mother had been alive and she'd figured out that I was going to set up Pepperfry, I would have been slapped because, historically come from a family where education's everything, and you do good work, and that's all. I mean, so setting up businesses is not something that folks in my family have been, let's say, known for or done in the past. That said, about 7-8 years back, we set up Pepperfry. Set up Pepperfry on fundamental three principles, and I think those three principles we've kept going through everything that's panned out over the last 7-8 years. The first thing was that I wanted to build a truly Indian company, a company which takes from everything that's great in India. I'm a big believer in our country. I believe that we have a lot of smarts. We have the ability to think laterally, and so therefore bring all of that into the business that we built. The second thing I wanted to do was build a business which is absolutely honest in its interactions with everybody who's in the ecosystem. So does that mean consumers, business partners? We work with merchants, more than thousands of merchants, all of whom are small manufacturers today, manufacturing small pieces of furniture. More than 95% of what we do actually is made in India and sold in India. So it's one of those things which we've always stood for as a business. So therefore, building a totally honest business. And the third thing that we wanted to do was basically have fun, right? Because at the end of the day, when you have a little bit of gray hair and you're looking to set up a business, you don't want to miss out on the fun along the way, right? So Indian, honest, and fun, which is also the origin of our name, Pepperfry. Pepper has been something that India has been famous for ages. It's the reason why all of those trade routes into India got discovered. It's also a very honest spice. Everybody knows the smell, taste, etc. of pepper. But because it's honest, sometimes it gets taken for granted. And the fun of it only happens when you do the tadka, right? So, and that's where Pepperfry comes in, right?
Oh,
so that was the origin of our name. I'm a South Indian, born and brought up in Delhi, studied in Calcutta, working in Bombay. So I guess, personally speaking, a epitome of national integration. And hopefully that's, also lent a flavor to the way Pepperfry operates. We are on track this year to easily cross 1,000 crores plus of revenue. We will potentially turn profitable in about a quarter from now. So, things are looking good from that standpoint. Margins are expanding fairly rapidly. We have our entire business is built on 2, 3 key pillars. The first is that we have a very strong logistics network. We have more than 1 million square feet of space, which we manage across 24 odd warehouses and fulfillment centers across India. We have the second aspect of our business tends to be the fact that we're omni-channel. So roughly about 20% of our business comes from experience stores, where customers can go have conversations with specialists, understand what they wish to buy, etc., etc. And the third aspect is that half of the business that we do is from brands that are owned by us. So we have a very strong private label or house brand, as we call it, focus, because we believe that that's what brings differentiation, etc., in the longer term. So those are 3 key pillars of what our business is built on, and it'll be fun catching up with all of you guys today and having the conversation. So Rajat.
Thanks, Amrish. Thank you for the introduction. So I'll jump straight into it, and I'll start with Mr. Sodhi first. Amul does fantastic amount of marketing. You're always, very, very edgy campaigns, especially those little cartoons in the newspaper, always taking one of the hot subjects. So what is your impression, Sodhi Saab, is consumer behavior due to this lockdown? Yeah, because there's a lot of pre-COVID, post-COVID, new normal, old normal being bandied around by everybody. What is your sense that a lot of these changes are permanent, or are consumers going to go back to the old ways when we go back to the old normal, or whatever the old normal will look like whenever this thing ends? So it'd be good to hear from you on that. So,
Rajat ji, I mean, fortunately, we are in the industry or the segment or sector where COVID or no COVID or more COVID or less COVID, nothing impacts, because we are in food. I mean, food will not get impacted due to anything. I mean, especially during COVID, I think we have been talking one subject, everybody right from morning to evening is food, what to eat, from where to get the ingredients, who will cook what, who will take the pictures and put on the social media, and then discussing about lunch and the dinner. So only thing what has changed the share of stomach. If 15% outside home, 85% home, it was 100% at home. And because of that, selection of ingredients, selection of brand, selection of products changed. So what was that? Because I just give you example. If you are eating pizza out or sandwich out, you don't know what type of cheese that fellow is using, what type of bread he's using, what type of butter he's using, or whether he's really using cheese or he's using some analog product. But the same pizza, same sandwich, when you want to bake at home, you'll buy the best ingredients. So naturally, Amul will come one of the brands, and you will buy the product which is available next door, or which is available on the e-commerce. And third thing is what is affordable. So what we have seen change is that consumer has, especially in food, has shifted more from loose, unbranded to packed and branded products. People have shifted more towards trustworthy brand. People have shifted more towards affordable brand, because income had impacted. Because when you talk food, when you talk food, it is not high. Food means India, or India is lower middle class. So you have to think in that perspective. And also you wanted to buy and consume healthy food. तला हुआ कम खाने का. You wanted to go for immunity boost product, healthy product, more fat, protein. So fortunately for us, that is the lucky, because dairy is immunity, dairy is more protein, dairy is more fat, and above that, dairy is tastiest food. Among all the food category, dairy, आप घी जितना डालेंगे उतना और tasty होगा. So we were lucky. But other thing which we have seen is that metro and tier 2 and 3 cities, tier 2 and 3 cities, people shifted to branded pack, but smaller packs. In bigger cities, metro, people shifted more towards bigger packs, because frequency of buying reduced. So that was the other thing we saw is like Horeca was more or less closed. So that much increase came in the household segment. The Horeca pack suffered. Whatever Horeca cheese or Horeca ghee or Horeca milk or dahi, so that ice cream suffered a lot because the window available for the purchase was in the morning only. And ice cream is generally purchased out of home afternoon. So business was down 85-90% in the beginning. Only this month we may come par with the last year. But but other thing which is the major, I think, so some people were sitting here, and Mr. Amrish, is the e-commerce multiplied 3 times. I mean, we don't know what happened to him. Modern trade suffered because especially the bigger malls.
Yeah, the
But
people are not going into. Yeah.
you see, e-commerce were growing in grocery by 20 to 30% last 3 years, and it was contributing only 3% to the market. Now it is 7% or 8%.
Wow.
Just within 6 months, you can more than 2.5, 3 times it has gone. People have. I give you example of one our. We launched 99% chocolate through our own factory shop. Every day we are getting more than 700 orders just from our factory shop on e-commerce. Amazon, through Amazon, it has
Wow.
become the highest selling chocolate. And 99% chocolate is, you can imagine, हम लोगों को तो पसंद नहीं आएगी, उसको इतना सा खाने से किक मिलती है जो आपको किसी चीज से नहीं मिलेगी. So overall, what I feel is consumer behaviors have changed, but one behavior which has not changed is khana. Food has not changed. It will continue to grow.
Okay. And do you feel a lot of this, I'll come to the others now, but do you feel there is a lot of these changes are permanent, that people will behave? Because obviously not, right? When people start going out, a lot of that will come back to out of home
Yeah.
consumption.
Yeah, Horeca, you see, Horeca will come back. It's not that thing. But one thing which has changed is going to be permanent is packed, trustworthy brands, more food which is healthy, which is immunity boosting. And also, I think because everybody realize the skill of cooking, everybody is knowledge. So now people be, making more food at home. So
Okay.
those things are permanently changed.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. So these are some amazing insights. And I've heard that from everybody else as well. Large pack sizes versus small size, frequency of buying. Mr. Mehta talked about the same thing yesterday. Tarun, coming to you, what are some of the changes you've seen in consumer behavior, and how permanent do you think some of those changes are for your products, Complan, Glucon-D? I'm sure these must have been in heavy demand during this time with kids and immunity and all that, right?
Sure. So I'll talk about 2 or 3 things that we've observed. One of the things over the last several years, and what people used to say, why bond trade will be bigger and bigger and bigger, and there was a whole lot of movement of self-service was the experiential thing. People wanted touch and feel, and therefore that used to play a very important role. Even Amrish was saying 20% sales coming from experience stores. So I think in the purchase behaviors, we've seen touch and feel has been an important part. What has happened is, due to COVID, suddenly the touch has become a no-no. And therefore, people are spending less time in the outlets. People go in very, very sharp. I want to buy these things. The browsing went out. What was a changing behavior over the last few years due to e-com, that I would read a lot of reviews before making my choice. Now that has shot up significantly. And these are, I think, if I were to say, two anchors of how consumer behavior will change. The browsing in real life versus browsing on the net, information seeking, experiential versus consumer reviews. To my mind, these things will coexist. The day people are more confident that touch and feel is okay, is going to come back. It's not going to go back, because for especially new products, certain kind of categories, people need that experience. People want to see it, and it's not necessarily high value products. I'm sure when somebody is buying other two gentlemen's products, a diamond or a furniture, people do want to see it. But even a high value cosmetic items, some food, new kind of food innovation that has come, people want to see what does it look like, but they also want to read the review. So the information seeking will remain, and I think that's a part of kind of behavior that we've seen. The other pieces that we've seen is focus on health and wellness, which I think is going to be rather permanent. Now, what this pandemic has done is, food is your health. Food is your medicine, has got kind of ingrained. Over the last few years, we had seen everything was nutrition. Even a chocolate syrup talked about calcium about so much. Roti talked about fiber so much. So every advertisement was talking. So today, food is equal to nutrition. So therefore, what you eat and how you're making choices will remain. I think Sodiji mentioned very well. The trust factor is important. People read the back of the pack, and they will remain very focused on buying certain kind of products. And this is not going anywhere. This is going to get further enhanced.
Move to branded is clearly a thing that everybody has seen across the spectrum, right?
Yeah, and people have realized immunity is not something you take through a booster shot, but it's something through what foods you eat. We've also learned the Glucon-D Immunovolt tablets with high vitamin C, etc. So fortifications, some of these things the food has become far more evolved, I think, overnight. Suddenly you want food that works. So experiential, information seeking, and trust source, and what is in it. These are kind of vectors, if I could really talk about from our own experience. We've seen sugar-free, Complan, all these have gained out of that value.
Well, good to hear that, yeah, because sugar-free is a big place in India, right? People are really, the largest amount of pre-diabetics and diabetics in the world. So that's good to hear that at least those categories are getting an uptick as well during this. Sachin, coming to you, very different category. Yours is primarily a B2B business. I know B2B2C as well, because you obviously have brands that sell at various retail stores. Briefly about how you are seeing consumer behavior and your buyer behavior change. Your buyers, you mentioned that today a bit when we were speaking in the morning. Yeah.
So Raja, thanks for the question. And I think what Sudhi Saab said and what Tarun said, if I take out food and Tarun's category, you can easily replace it with perhaps diamonds, and a lot of the narrative will be same. And I'm so pleased that that's the narrative of Indian consumer today. In the business of diamonds, and perhaps all of you would agree, and perhaps the audience will agree, that all of us, without saying which economic background we come from, all of us have a family doctor and we have a family jeweler. Right? And the family jeweler perhaps is, and that his word matters because he's more than just a jeweler. He's a friend of the family, and he's been a source of guidance and all of that through generations. And what's really moved in this time is that, the subject of transparency that we've been pushing for a long period of time has really got on the mainstay. Consumers want trust. They have enough time that digital has pushed to understand the category more, ask the right questions to themselves and perhaps their partner. And digitization from a perspective of as I said, transparency, trust, assurance has shooted up above the roof, right? What's also changed is that, and of course you would agree because all of us have stayed within homes. I have not come across one consumer, and we've done about 4 intense consumer surveys, and one person who's not come to realize what are the things that matter. Who are the people that truly matter to me. In this lockdown, we've all tried to realize that. And that has a real impact on the consumption of luxury products. So consumers want to spend on things that matter, have a meaning, articles and things that hold value, right? And they've done something good to the world. So those are the things that have evolved. And if you were to ask me what are things that are going to stay permanent, I think we recently did a survey where we realized that an avid consumer coming into a traditional outlet today, I mean, I'm talking, when the whole market is opened up, he or she has gone digitally to see about our category at least 7 to 8 times. Now, whether transacting or not transacting is a different thing. So e-commerce is perhaps still a subject that we'll see a growth over the next years, but really understanding the category more, getting more information, having the right questions to ask, and not just going there to say, okay, one piece of paper given to me by the jeweler is good enough. So I think all that narrative is here to stay permanent. I also foresee that in our business, which is not driven by design, not driven by accessorization, this whole augmented reality area, the artificial intelligence, and the visualization of the product at home is going to increase. We're talking about the 5G networks that are going to throw up speeds of 1 GB per second. I mean, I've been reading all those things. Now, of all those things that happen, the pure visualization on myself in my home, in my bedroom, perhaps will become a mainstay. So I think transactionability perhaps will take a little more time because people still want to touch and feel, and transparency will be the mainstay. But experiencing the product, I think technology will really make a permanent shift on how consumers will behave. And I foresee that this shift of usage of technology will also has to be incorporated in physical stores. Today, a physical store or into the next some time cannot be just a store where a
Absolutely.
physical human being is standing. You have to put on enough technology where consumers feel at home. I mean, today consumers are more happy interacting with a touch screen than a human being. So you got to provide the touch screens in your physical stores as well. So I think it's going to be more interface. And as Amrish mentioned, omnichannel is not a buzzword. It's the way life will be. Is the way perhaps retail will be.
Thanks, Sachin. Absolutely fantastic, and good to see that even categories like diamonds, which you think would be very traditional category, one-to-one interaction, really changed. And we'll come back to a bit to that conference you talked about.
Sure.
So, Amrish, your business is built on e-commerce, pretty much online. You obviously changed the way shoppers shop furniture and categories like that, because in the past, people just did not have the option on that to go to a nearby store, or you get your carpenter to make something for you. So, talk a bit about how you've seen this behavior change during this time, because I'm sure your experience stores were shut, many of them. How did you see it change? What is the permanent impact? And would you still do an offline play for your brand, or would you keep it only online? Just some thoughts on that.
Sure. So let me start by saying what I think changed over the last 6 months, and then I'll talk through some of the aspects of our business, especially as we look forward, right? So the first thing that's happened is I think the consumer's need for convenience has gone up significantly, and I think one of the we had a fairly large population. A whole bunch of them were online. However, a lot of them had never made any purchase transaction online till about 6 to 7 months back. And I think the driving force behind that was the need for staples, the need for grocery products, the need for products similar to the one Mr. Sodhi sells and so on. So that consumers got used to the idea of actually paying somebody online and having a product delivered to them, right? There's a stat I was reading. It's a very interesting one. In the US, it took 20 years for e-commerce to go from 1% to 16% penetration in consumers. And then in 6 months, it went from 16 to 26. And I think while data for that is only at a very fledgling level in India, I think some similar paradigm shift has happened in India over the last 6 months. So therefore, the
So
consumers
Sodhi
need
already talked about the fact that it's gone almost 100% for him, right? So 3
exactly.
to 7% is huge,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
So so that fundamental paradigm shift of consumers getting used to e-commerce and the convenience of buying from home, I think is here to stay. That's not going anywhere, because once consumers see the benefit of it, there is no reason for them to retract or go back on that path, right? The second aspect, I think, especially in this is where elements of my business start kicking in, is that a lot of us have spent a lot of time at home, right? So therefore, earlier, if there was a particular couch or a chair which used to squeak a little, and we used to put up with it because we used to spend potentially just about 10% of our waking hours at home. Now, if that chair or that couch has a squeak, we do not accept it. And so therefore, our need and orientation and overall, let's say, uh, just the appreciation for what furniture brings to people's homes or decor brings to people's homes has gone up significantly. And I think that's also not something that takes a U-turn and goes back just as things open up, right? Because once you realize the benefit of having a great work desk, once you realize the benefit of having a good chair at home, there is no reason that you will begin to start compromising it. Because I think some of these changes that have even happened from a working from home standpoint will not get fully reversed over the next few years. I think there is an inherent shift in the way people will handle work, right? So therefore, spending time at home, understanding the value of furniture, all of those things are also things that have started to happen a lot more. The third aspect in our business, which has changed, is our business is also fundamentally unorganized. It's like 90% plus unorganized, and therefore consumers used to buy or have people come to their homes to do carpentry jobs, make pieces of furniture for themselves and stuff like that. Now that's not going to happen in a hurry. Fundamentally, because of social distancing requirements, customers will continue to be cagey about who enters their home and who doesn't, and so therefore the shift towards ready-made, also in our category, I think is a fundamental shift that's happened, right? So I think these are three fundamental things. The fourth, which I believe has applied in our business, and I also think it's applied with brands across the stable, is in a time when, and I think Tarun, spent some time explaining this, at a time when you pre-decide what you wish to buy, Normally it's the leader brands which curtsy their differentiation. It's the leader brands that gain, right? Because it's your decisions pre-made. It's not an impulse which happens at a storefront. It's a decision that's pre-made in the consumer's mind. And I think that will result in even higher SKUs for leading brands. And I think that's panned out for us quite well over the last 6 months, right? So that's how I think consumer behaviors will shift. And most of these I don't think are reversing in any time soon, right? How has that affected our business? We are today much larger than we used to be pre-COVID. We make a lot more margin than we used to pre-COVID. And I think the reason why we've been able to do that is we were out of the blocks running the moment the unlockdown started towards the middle of May, courtesy the fact that we owned our supply chains, right? So I think what businesses will have to consider is the degree of integration they have across the value chain, especially upstream.
Yeah.
If the higher the degree of integration that businesses have in the value chain upstream, the more they'll be able to use or make use of opportunities that will be presented to them in a post-COVID world. I think we've gained from it. Businesses have gained from it, and hopefully we'll continue to gain from it. And there'll be many other businesses which will learn and integrate deeper, especially at the upstream level of their value chains. And I think that's something that, again, from a business dynamic standpoint, will be something that we will notice happening across businesses over the next 6 to 12 to 24 months. So that's, in my mind, key things that have happened. You asked me a question specifically on omni-channel. Here's my thesis, Rajat. It's the same consumer. She could be, sitting at home during COVID times, walking down high streets or visiting a mall or on a mobile phone or on a laptop. Therefore, it's my duty as a brand to interact with her whichever
As
way
and
she
when, yeah.
wants to
Wherever she
interact
needs a
with me.
product.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So, I mean, I don't think it's a choice we exercise. We all are omni-channel. I think Sachin also called this out. This is not a choice. If, for example, we say that we'll only be available to consumers online or on a laptop, but not on a mobile phone and so on, we are playing God. And frankly, businesses which look to play God don't survive that long, right? So I don't think that's a choice that we make. Yes, the percentages will shift. So you were right to call out. I mean, through the lockdown, all of my stores were closed, right? The earlier about 30% of my business used to come from experience stores. Now it's down to about 20, but it's now picking up. Footfalls are coming back in.
It'll come
Footfalls
back
are
for
coming in.
everybody,
It'll
right?
come back.
Exactly. Yeah.
And in the best thing that we do, I mean, I think, and this you can call it as a serendipitous thing that we did in hindsight and so on, but I would call it strategic, is we never sold from our stores. Now, in a scenario where you never sell from your stores are essentially just aiding mechanisms,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Experience centers. And so therefore, this entire principle of whether consumers see, don't see, touch, feel, etc., it was always there. It continues to be there, but we never actually gave them product to take away with them. And I think that's worked really well for us, especially through the COVID times, because
Sure,
it's
sure.
what we brought is an infinite storefront into a 1,500 2,000 square feet space. And that is something that I think most businesses don't manage to do that well. We were lucky to get it done, and hopefully that's how this will progress. The final piece I want to call out is I do agree with Sachin. I think fundamentally retailing omni-channel will change, and the way it will change is, I think the lines between the offline and the online world will continue to blur. And the way to make them blur even further is through augmented reality, virtual reality, the concept of virtual rooms. How, for example, you can even use, touch, do it off devices. So, for example, if you were to knock on a mobile phone, and it would give you the same feeling as if you're knocking on wood, and the sound you hear would be the same. That's the tech that we are investing behind, and that's the tech which we think that the future of omnichannel is going to be based on, right?
Sure,
So
sure.
those are things that we will invest for going ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, that's really fantastic insights and obviously tons of experience given your omni play. So, Sudhisa, I want to come back to you then. How much does Amul use? How do you use technology for understanding shoppers and consumers better? Because obviously you're a very strong brand. You're present in 1 million outlets. You have a huge brand, but do you still use a lot of technology on data analytics to drive new product innovation? Your marketing, your packaging, your advertising. Do you do a lot of that, or is it still very traditional in the way you operate? What is the role of technology today for a business like that, very established and big business?
Rajatji, use of technology in marketing, understanding consumer behavior is there. And day by day, the use was growing. People were understanding the importance of using technology. And that was not with us, everybody. But during this lockdown or COVID, rate had accelerated many times, and you were forced to do it because there was no other option. I mean, uh, I know you talk about consumer behavior with shoppers. Other side, we have got farmers who was 3.6 million were supplying us milk. So there we use lot of technology in automatic milk collection system sitting in a dairy, which butter this bulk milk cooler milk is not being picked up, uh, digitally transferring payment, etc. And
You've been
also,
doing that for a long time. Okay.
yeah, but the consumer side, I tell you, the one thing is just to know what is the tertiary sale happening. I mean, when nothing is, your salespeople aren't able to go. How to understand what is the shelf offtake, and we have the distribution as well. So that you have to produce that only. If ice cream is not selling, you have to stop. If 1 liter cream, which is a Horeca pack, is not selling, you have to stop because in all food people want to buy fresh. So understanding that, getting the data, analyzing data has really helped a lot. I'll give you example of we called it Amul Cart, which we developed during lockdown. What used to happen that our distributor salesman used to go to shop carrying his smartphone, and we had a distribution management system where he used to not punch the orders.
That's the order. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Typically
yeah.
Salesforce automation.
But this lockdown, it was not happening. So what we devised, the reverse app is Amul Cart. Like you are ordering furniture on Mr. Amrish or Pepperfry, the shopkeeper used to log in and order from the respective distributor his order. So only delivery man used to come after 5 hours, 6 hours next month to deliver the product. So that interaction was missing. But sitting at Anand, we were knowing what orders are coming in Bombay or whether shops are opening or not. Like Bandra is closed or South Bombay is closed. This thing was very useful. Similarly, we also have to locate Amul. I mean, people are not able to know whether if I want to buy Amul milk or Amul paneer, from where to buy nearest my shop, near my home. So we developed an app, locate Amul. So around your house 200 kilometers, 500 meters, 1 kilometer, which are the shops which are selling a particular product. So these things we were forced to do it. And
but it's a
which
good
we
thing.
could
It'll
have done.
stay. I'm sure.
Yeah,
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 it'll
yeah,
help you out. Absolutely.
and so, similarly, in modern trade or e-commerce, it is, I mean, all these data analysis and able to tell us what is going to footfall or what is fill rates or what, which SKU is selling. And I'll give one more example. And we could also, I mean, by reading the, analyzing the modern trade bills or e-commerce, we could analyze with our cream what type of fruits are being sold. People are buying cream as well as some fruits to make some dessert at home. So that type of combination was involved during the analysis only.
Fantastic, fantastic. So it's great to see that because it's traditional brand, but I think being forced in some respects. So Tarun, I'll come to you. And you know these timings on these sessions are always tight, so we're always running out of. But Tarun, come to you. What is some of the technology you guys have used to drive? Because FMCG brands, the biggest challenge is you never know who your end consumer is, right? Same for Mr. Sodhi as well. You don't have your stores, you don't collect any end consumer data. So how do you track? And what is the data? What is the analytics you've done during this time, or continue to do to drive consumption and get a better fix on consumers?
So a lot of things Mr. Sodhi has covered were done. I'll just pick up a couple of things to be quick on time. One, I think we've done. I've always been very unsure of doing online research, but we actually there was no option. And when the things were changing, how do you reach out to consumers? So we've done a fair amount of consumer engagement online, and we've seen consumers warmed up to a lot of these models which we've used. So we've for understanding some of the shifts that were happening, and suddenly we saw a big spike in say sugar-free sales, and we said, why is this happening? What does it link to? Is it a more number of people coming in who are worried? Is it a higher consumption because comorbidity, fear of diabetes, and others. So we really engaged with consumers online, and we really managed to do that. And we triangulated with certain amount of data that we were collecting with our partners. So we've used a lot of technology in both in social listening, as well as talking to consumers online, as well as diving into some of the data which we could get our hands on with our e-commerce or whatever customers. So we've used some of these models to come to our conclusions. We're also using this time, both technology and the fact that channels are changing, to do some experimentations. For example, we are earlier it was, we believe, because our brand Every Youth had almost 8 to 10% coming through the online sales. Now the whole business is almost 4 to 5% gone to online. So we are actually having products focused on a certain kind of consumer types. For example, only on e-commerce. So we are in next few weeks going to launch a sugar-free extension, which is only focused on basically chocolates, which is going to be only for e-commerce consumers, and we are working the whole thing. So we've spent some time understanding the consumer behavior there, and we're saying what kind of things can we really build. So it is uh, behavior on the existing products, but also what can I do around innovations. In fact, one more thing around immunity that we're working on Glucon-D. We know the first channel of call will be the e-commerce. So we are using this to not just improve our sell-through to the channels, but also have the right products or right product mix by channel as we go along. So
Yeah, fantastic. And I think this actually COVID has forced a lot of these actions. Right, in the past, e-commerce was there, 3-4% ho jata hai, karte raho, and but this has really forced a lot of action. Sorry, guys, I'm running out of time. So, Sachin, I'm going to come to you. Just talk briefly about this wonderful conference you did and how technology enabled that, because it was an eye opener for me, in your category. So let's just hear from you.
Yeah, in a quick way, Rajat. So pretty much, ours is a very touch and feel business. You have to have that handshake, that coffee to transact business. I mean, we very traditional at the floor, because if there's a jeweler in Jalandhar, he needs that handshake. He needs to like your face. So it is all touch, feel. I'm talking about B2B world. And we used to hold this conference every year, 3 months before the season, where almost 70% of my B2B business used to get transacted. Now, this year, of course, there was no chance to have a fancy conference in Goa with 500 people dancing. That was out of the question. So we did a first attempt of an online sort of a conference. Few things we realized is that webinars we all are done with in the B2B world. Webinar is just it's over exhaustion that we done on webinars. So we created a platform where you arrive, you experience technology, you walk like a fair, you physically meet people, and we the underlying spirit was trust. So as Forevermark, which is a brand, every diamond is transparent. You cannot tamper with anything in the diamond. So those saw take. And I saw the B2B world, if you give them a sort of a experience which is going to be happening in their stores as real, we saw almost 70% of take of what we saw in the real physical world. Now, great levels of technology there. AI played a great amount of role. Augmented reality played a great amount of role. So, and as I said, as even Sulisa mentioned, Taran mentioned, Amrish also mentioned, the underlying aspect of trust had to be amplified in reality. So if I am saying that this diamond is a VVS G color, then I'm putting my entire integrity on that diamond to say it is. So even if you buy, maybe 2,000 such diamonds on my platform, that I'm taking the underlying guarantee that it's going to be the right product. But the real shift, I think what technology in the post-COVID era is seeing is that a traditional category like ours, we could have only wished that in perhaps 20 years, people will transact like this on a B2B space. And that's become a reality. It's phenomenal.
Phenomenal. So last word from everybody. So do you think we'll go back to the old normal way of working, or is this the new? Because there are 4 other questions, but we won't get a chance. Yes or no? Are we going to head back to old ways of working when things open up?
Since I'm on the platform, I will say that we're going to be somewhere in between. I mean, I don't think it's going to be complete back and somewhere in between.
Yeah, I think we need to adapt some things that we've learned and
continue to
cannot be given up. So
I think it's all part of natural evolution, Rajat. I mean, it's human beings came to be the way we are, courtesy like millions of years of things. I think that just it's Moore's law applying all over again. So earlier changes used to happen over tens of thousands of years. Now they're happening over months, and a lot of these changes are there to stay. So I think,
Fantastic.
yeah, I mean, it'll be a mix.
And Sodhi, yours? I agree with you. It'll be a mix. We'll have to just live with this. Sodhi, your view?
I also agree with everybody. Good things will stay, and which were
Yeah.
forced to us, we may go back.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. I honestly, I had 3 other questions, and this time just runs out in these conferences. But thank you so much for your time. I'm getting messages on the other side to try and wrap up. So, absolute pleasure. Good luck with your businesses. I'm sure most of our businesses, at least your businesses, are coming back to pre-COVID levels fast. So please enjoy that. Stay safe, stay healthy, and look forward to hopefully meeting you guys physically at some point in the old normal way. So take care. Thank you so
very
much.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Rajat.
Rajat. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thank you.
Rajat ji.
Take care.
Thank you, Amresh ji. Thank you, Satyan ji. Nice meeting you, Tarun.
Very nice meeting you, sir.
Thank you,
Very nice
everybody.
meeting you.
Thank
See you, Amrish. See you, Tarun.
See you guys.
See you.
We are live, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the next session of the day, that is digital supply chain, how supply chains are getting disrupted by technology and investments. We have eminent speakers for the session to be moderated by Mr. P.S. Iswaran, who is a partner supply chain and network operations leader, Deloitte. To take it forward, we hand over to the moderator, Mr. Iswaran. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, and thanks everybody for participating. And as you rightly said, we have a very eminent panel in front of us. Our discussion is going to be around the most important topic of the day in India, over the last few months, which is essentially around digital supply chain. So our esteemed panel, and before I introduce them, they're going to talk about how supply chains are getting disrupted by technology as well as technological investments. They'll specifically talk about some of the functional areas, be it in procurement, be it in logistics, or in the planning and fulfillment areas. So, that's essentially what our agenda is going to be, very topical and very significant as India looks at Atmanirbhar in a very significant manner. So I have our esteemed panelists, William Eugene, Executive Director and the Vice President of South Asia for Supply Chain at Hindustan Unilever Limited. William, thank you for joining. He will also make a keynote address to us talking about the big trends and impact in the marketplace. We also have Jasdeep Sethi, President and CEO of TCI, a very important dimension of logistics coming into the picture. Vinay Kushwaha, Chief Supply Chain Officer of Britannia. Nand Kumar Kulkarni, Head of Supply Chain of Mondelez. Ashish Pandey, Head of Supply Chain at Nestle. And Sujit Kumar, co-founder at Udaan, the B2B marketplace. So we have an esteemed group of panelists who we are all very eager to hear. And therefore, without wasting much time, William, I would request to you to please come over and present your keynote address to us. Thank you for joining, and look forward to your address.
Thank you so much, and it's a real pleasure to be here with you today. Let me try to bring up the few slides that I wanted to walk through today. I hope that is visible. So my name Willem Uijen. I have been working for Unilever, for Hindustan Unilever, out of Mumbai for the last 9 months or so. Before that, worked for Unilever in various locations, but very happy to join the team of HUL here for the last 9 months. Now, Unilever is for people that are less aware of it, a company that does its sales in about 60% of its sales in emerging markets. 14 out of the top 50 consumer brands measured by Kantar globally are from Unilever, and we have touch points with about 2.5 billion consumers every day. 3 main divisions: in beauty and personal care, in home care, and in foods and refreshments. Now, if I look then specifically at the supply chain for Unilever, I spoke about the 2.5 billion consumers that we touch every day, but there's 48,000 suppliers, over 3,000 production lines. About 15% of our volume comes out of third-party manufacturers. That is actually higher in South Asia, and over 450 distribution centers, 1.5 million kilometers that are being done by distribution. So the strategy that is in place for the supply chain in Unilever is really about a connected supply chain, about delivering today and transforming for tomorrow. And I think there are three main blocks in there that are particularly important for the years to come, and that is about the agility and resilience in the supply chain, about reshaping our asset and cost base, and about having a positive impact on people and planet. And that is particularly important, I would say, for Unilever, as the purpose of our company is really about making sustainable living commonplace. So that last block that I mentioned there about being positive for people and planet, we see that coming through in each of the elements that we do in how we do our business. Now, what I particularly wanted to talk about today is about the core enablers that we have in our strategy, about future fit talent, the digital transformation, and partnerships for purpose. And I'll try to explain a little bit more about that. And I think in order to do that, I would need to go back to 2018, where I think as a company we were achieving great results. If I look at the top line performance or the bottom line performance, the P&L of the company, but also in what we see as the purpose of our company. We were there in the Dow Jones Index, the Sustainability Index, named as #1 for personal products. In Gartner, specifically for the supply chain, we made it to the top 25, the master category at that point in time, and also in CDP. We were clearly recognized. So something that at that point in time we clearly were very proud of. It looked at that time for us very much that we were winning, but we did ask ourselves the question, were we winning the right race? Because if we looked at our market, then we saw more and more hyper-fragmentation coming through. Hyper-fragmentation, if that is either in channels, in our portfolio, in the needs that we have in each of the markets or each of the segments of our markets. Customization and personalization of products coming through. One example here in the photo is a personalized soap, but we see that more and more coming through, that the mass consumer products go more and more for personalization and segmentation. And always on demand, also very different in the way that we go to market and we sell our products, made us think that what brought us to what we saw as a good position and a good performance of our company in the past, what was not going to get us there in the future. If we looked at that, on top of it, the changing habits of our consumers, if that is in terms of the ever more desire to have specific offerings for me, to be able to want the delivery of your products today, right here, right now, if that is about the experiences of services that are being offered, or specific opportunities. If I look at the niche elements that are becoming bigger and bigger, if that is in ice cream specifically for us in Halo Top, or if that is in 7th generation, for example, for natural products, we see each of those niche trends becoming bigger and bigger across the globe. So it was for us really a question about to disrupt or to be disrupted, and a turning point for us to see what we would need to change in order to drive the next level of performance and the next level of development in the supply chain. And let me try to explain that a little bit more if I can here. I think it summarized itself very well. If we looked at our portfolio, then clearly we had a portfolio that was very much set for mass production, mass distribution, and very heavy in the popular element, and that's going much more towards a hyper segmented portfolio. The minimum order quantities we thought in pallets or in cases, whilst we saw more and more that actually the demands of the markets were for units. In distribution points from 300,000 customers, where a good part of our business currently is directly to consumers, where we have 7 billion consumers to serve. So in every one of the elements that we looked at in our business in the supply chain, and I can go on with the lead times or with the impact on people and planet, but it clearly showed us that the setup that has made us successful in the past was definitely not going to get us there in the future. So we made one specific choice, which is in particular for our business. I think the core element, not just for the supply chain, but for the business as a whole, is to have the consumer at the heart of everything that we do. And there, in particular, the digitization for a consumer experience, if that is in the ordering of our products, but also in the interaction that you have with the supply chain for the servicing of products or for the quality of products, if that is in the models that we serve to our markets or how we are organized as a company. It was very much about moving from a linear supply chain towards managing an agile ecosystem of different partners and elements of the supply chain. And I hope to be able to explain it a little bit more in the transformation vision that we have, because I think if we think about supply chains, then very much the plan, source, make, deliver element is in play. But when we looked at where the strategy of our business, together with marketing, with customer development was going, then the elements of demand capture, demand fulfillment, demand creation and innovation, and the culture and the capacity that is related to that in order to be prepared for what's to come in the future, made it necessary to move our supply chain from a traditional linear model, I would say, from plan, source, make, deliver, to really a connected supply ecosystem that is not only connected fully internally, but in particular externally, to make sure that we have the agility and the resilience of the supply chain in place that can serve the desires and the demands of consumers in today's and in the future world. So the digital choices that we made back then in 2018 were very much about the democratization of information, of data, the transformation of our planning systems towards no-touch planning, the robotics or the automation that we have in factories or in RPAs through the administrative processes that we have, the connected digital factories, and I'll tell a little bit more about that, the asset light and digital business models that we put in place, and I will tell you a little bit more about the digital ready talent, how we have tried to develop that over the last years as well. Now, let me try to give you one example about the digital factories that I was talking about, and I have here, and I hope you will be able to see the movement on the screen as well on the video. But it's an example of digital twinning in our factories. This is actually a factory in Valinhos. I used to work for Latin America before, where we have digitized the factories fully, meaning that there is a digital twin model or digital model of that factory fully in place that allows you to do the monitoring of the production process of soaps at any point or at any location in the world at any time. And what that allows us to do is that the access that you have to experts across the globe that can help to replicate the best practices that we have in other factories that have similar processes running, or for the development of innovations at a distance, or for the commissioning of new equipment, it all goes a lot quicker and it goes a lot easier than we could ever do before. What used to be a system where you needed to be physically present in the factory to be able to implement or to change anything or to implement your innovations, implement new equipment, it allows you to currently do that at a distance. Now, if I give you one more example of that, then I have one here that is about digital towers. There is a bit of sound there in the back, so I'll be silent for a moment, and I hope you will be able to see the video. what I really like about this is that in Latin America, in our home care business, because this was an example about a spray dry tower, we see a good part of our market is actually moving into liquids. So there is more time available in the assets that we have there to do this digitization and get the best out of our processes and our people. And if I then translate that back into India, where we see a strong growth coming through in spray dry powders. So there specifically, I see that the assets that we have here offer very little room right now to do the implementation of this. It means that the optimization of such a system, when that happens in Latin America, the copying of that and bringing that live in India can happen very quickly. And I think in a time like this, with the examples that were given there about managing the assets from a distance in COVID time, it all makes it more relevant than ever, apart from the performance improvements that we obviously get. Now, I think that is not only in manufacturing, that also comes through in the first mile. So the digitization of the supply chain, I think in particular for the sourcing of our materials. And I use the example here of the oils that we use, for example, for the production of soaps or the production of surfactants. A large part of that comes out of Southeast Asia. And the monitoring that we do there, if I link that back to making sure that we operate with purpose and that the oils that we source are sourced sustainably, it means that we need to monitor and work together with the smallholder farmers in Southeast Asia and Indonesia in particular. And the monitoring of those operations and make sure that all is in order and that the practices for the usage of land and the production of oils are being done sustainably. The digital monitoring of all of those farmers is absolutely essential. Without that, we would have no idea or no good idea what's really happening on the ground. And it is now allowing us through partnerships. You would be able to find some videos onto that if you're interested on YouTube as well. It allows us to really have that tracking and tracing and the support that we provide to the farmers all done in a digital way, as an example for the material supply. Now, bringing it closer to home here in India for HUL, I think the digitization that we see happening in the supply chain, and they're in collaboration with customer development on the retailer end, the same day delivery or the next day delivery that we have of our goods, depending on the customers that we're serving, would never be possible without the digitization of the full order to cash process. If we look at the automated assortment lines with the amount of stores that we're serving, to have the right analytical tools in place to recommend the right assortment by store, the digitization of the supply chain and the CD element becomes, or the CD, the customer development element, is absolutely essential. The same for Kirana stores with online ordering portals or the credit management or the order recommendations. A lot of that is being done completely automated today. And that allows you again to operate with much more agility than we have been able to do in the past. And the same for our distributors, where in the COVID times now, during the lockdown and after that, we've seen huge variations in the volatility of demand, where some of the categories, like for example, for us, cosmetics would sell a lot less, and other categories such as tea or such as cleaning products, hygiene products, soaps would sell a lot more. But not only the sales levels have moved up a level or down a level, what we've seen as well is that the volatility in sales at a specific DC level or at the total country level have moved up a lot. And that means that the digital demand sensing that we do to predict better what are the stocks and what are the service levels that we can achieve in the best possible way in every point in the country becomes more relevant than ever. Now, I think there is no digital transformation without having the right talent in place as well, because with all the tools that I just mentioned, you'd be nowhere without the right talent in place. So I do believe that the training that we do of our people, not only in the supply chain, but across the company, I give you here the specific program that we have for our supply chain for data scientists, where we have the foundation, the different foundation levels, the practitioner levels, or the leader levels in that program. And it allows people to study, first of all, at the time that is most convenient for you, if that is during the office hours or in a weekend, at a place that is most convenient to you, because everything there is fully digital. And it allows you as well that if you feel that is something that can actually help you further for your job, it is something that you can pick up yourself. And I think therefore you to work on making yourself future fit is something that is more relevant than ever as well. And therefore we see that it's not only being picked up by people that need it directly today and tomorrow in their jobs, but also the people that are looking to develop themselves in keeping up with the changes that are happening in the digital space, in the supply chain, and in our business. It is something that they have direct access to and that we see being used a lot. Now, digital talent requires a different environment as well. If we look at change management or collaboration, the minimum viable products, so the experimentation that we do or empowerment becomes extremely critical. I think if I summarize it, the culture of your company, if you truly want to have a entrepreneurial mindset in the usage of these digital tools, becomes extremely important. And therefore, the freedom that people have and the empowerment that we need to have in the organization and that we have worked on to provide that empowerment to people, to take initiative, to experiment, to fail, but with the things that are actually becoming successful, really making a very quick and agile scale up has helped us a lot to get to where we are today. Now, last thing about COVID-19, the new normal, I think everybody knows that in e-commerce, the value channels and hygiene of everything, if I look at it specifically for our business, has really stepped up, and with some new behaviors in terms of cocooning, everything, rediscovering cooking, for example, very important for our packaged foods, are the kind of trends that we have seen picking up and that will not go away for the time to come. And I think for every business, you will have these specifics that we have seen changing very quickly. That will define now what we need to look for in the months and years to come. And therefore, I believe that the year that we're going in now, if that is 2020 or 2021, is the agility in our own supply chain, either through the reduction in and the management of complexity, taking bad complexity out of the supply chain and moving the good complexity in, having truly agile and demand sensing in our sales and operational planning, the management of cash, we're going to talk about that later, and the sourcing flexibility that we have in our network to be able to have that resilience in place, that when one factory or supplier or DC goes down, how can we still serve the supply chain then, all become extremely important. And that's what we are focusing on today. And I think the last thing is that COVID-19 is something to manage for us, but we should never forget that there is more coming in the back end that is all interlinked, if that is the recession, climate change, the biodiversity. And therefore, I believe that the announcements that we have made recently in terms of how we want to step up across our business in climate, in restoring nature, in the clean future strategy that we have for our home care business, the reduction in plastics or attacking inequality, are really things that, despite what is happening today, we definitely need to make progress there. And hence, Unilever has recently announced what our objectives are in each and every one of those. And I'm very much looking forward to the digital supply chain, give our piece and our contribution to that and back to society as well. With that, I'd like to hand over back to our moderator, please, for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So before I let you go, one quick question. You talked about the digital twin and also the digital transformation initiatives. How has the physical ecosystem moved in line with the digital ones? Because, as you talk about daily fill rates and as you talk about pack size of one, the physical ecosystem has to take care of that. So how quick has been that turnaround in your journey?
Yeah, I think what we see happening in the physical ecosystem as well is that there the digital transformation is happening at the same pace. So when we see that happening in our factories, for example, through the digital twins, you see that the adjustments that you have in your factory to monitor quality, for example, or to make sure that the optimization in processes like the tower that I was mentioning is being done online, and it's being done completely automated. Now, if you bring that down further and you bring those products, as the example of spray dried powders, for example, into our distribution centers, and then start thinking about what is the transformation that you need in distribution centers or in your distributor ecosystem to be able to serve individual packages or individual consumer products instead of the cases, it also means there that you have a digital transformation taking place, both in the administrative processes as well as in the physical assets that become much more digitized, because the traditional, let's say, racked warehouses that we are all very much used to, I think, in the FMCG industry, are simply not able anymore to serve that kind of agility and responsiveness in the supply chain. So also there in the assets, you see a full digitization taking place.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks for your speech. Very interesting, and I think great lessons for everyone to take home and start implementing. And I like the fact that you said MVPs and failing fast, which essentially means that experimenting a lot and not really bogged down by large-scale programs. So thank you so much for that, William. And what I will now do is, I will request our other esteemed panelists. I'm going to request them in some order, nothing specific. Essentially around a few minutes of their view around the digital transformation journeys and possibly specific to what they have been seeing and deploying. And maybe I'll follow it up with a question that the audience is having, or possibly I have on the table for you. So can I first request Ashish, head of supply chain at Nestle, and Ashish, the COVID has been a real testing time for anybody in the food business. So some views from you on the digital perspective, and possibly any learnings that we could take over maybe in about 2-3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And since I have 3 minutes, I would like to articulate quickly. So basically in Nestle, the supply chain strategy is designed to ensure that we win at the marketplace. So it is very much aligned to the business strategy, and digitalization is an enabler to the supply chain strategy. So we start with the basic premise that we need to grow market share, household penetration, and hence drive top line growth. And we need to create value and reduce waste across the value chain so that we can deliver sustainable profitability. The climate change pledge and sustainability commitments, then they need to have a clear roadmap year by year, and they need to be delivered. And our product integrity and quality in the entire value chain is honored. And obviously we have an energized, empowered, and engaged workplace. Now to do that, we do have supply chain strategies, and we start with a consumer and customer centric mindset, that what can we do to create value for our customers. So we work with our customers in terms of understanding their business model, and we want them to win so that we can create value with our customers. So often we have created a lot of collaboration with our customers through joint business plans. Some of the simple things that we have done with our customers is an automatic replenishment system, which is much more sophisticated than the distributor management system replenishment, which is there. So it takes care of the real-time sale. It looks at a lot of variables. It even rounds off their orders into equivalent truckloads or pallets, depending on how our distribution centers are, and so on and so forth. We are doing collaborative planning with our key customers on modern trade and e-com, so that our S&OP process is more streamlined and is more focused on customers. During COVID, we realized that our entire process of claims and reductions was not very efficient. We were still using a lot of paper. The customers would give us proof of all the visibility and execution that they have done at the marketplace. And it was a very manual and laborious process. So we are now in the process of digitalizing the entire claims and reduction process. The cash collection process, we are using robotics. So we are doing small things which helps us to create value for our customers, so that we have a good relationship with them and we can be partner of choice. Now, if I go to the upstream supply chain, we have a big dairy business, and we collect around 350 million liters of milk a year. So that's roughly 1 million liters of milk in our factories in north of India. And we collect this from 100,000 farmers. So what we have done in the last 2 years is created a framework in which we have digitalized the whole process of logging of milk supply in terms of measurement, in terms of the fat, SNF, protein, and other parameters on which the pricing is based, and automatic update into the system, and a commitment and a communication back to the supplier every day that, look, you have supplied us so much of milk, This is the index parameters on which your milk performs. This is the payment due to you in so many days. And that is how the money will be remitted to you. So the whole milk sourcing process has been digitalized, and it has created a lot of value for our farmers because it provides full visibility to them, and they don't have to chase Nestle. Whatever their due date is, their account is credited on that due date with the money. We buy a lot of agro commodities, and I think we saw this in earlier presentation also. So we are using certain digital forms technology, and we track the crops. We have commitment in certain commodities in terms of deforestation-free practices. So we track this through various tools using satellite imaging and certain templates. So we know the crop size. We also know whether what is the progress in that particular farm or that particular region or a country in terms of deforestation. So these are the few things that we do on the upstream side. In SNOP process, I think all of us have embedded digital as much as we can. We use SAS for demand planning, and we have integrated now digitalized SNOP process, which we can refresh every week, and we can even plan down to the customer using a lot of data analytics and machine learning. Now, when it comes to logistics, this year we have set up a control tower, and it has really helped us during COVID time to monitor the shipments, both primary and secondary. We are also using certain tools to optimize the vehicle fill rates. There are certain tools available to optimize even the distance traveled when we do a milk run for our customers. So we're using this control tower to track and trace and to optimize our entire logistics, and so on and so forth. So there are various initiatives like in procurement. During COVID, again, we realized that a lot of our suppliers were still submitting to us paper-based invoices. So we are now moving towards either digital or automated invoices, so that all this paperwork is gone. So there are various initiatives across the supply chain, but the basic premise is that how can we be more consumer and customer centric? How can we improve the agility and responsiveness of our supply chain? Obviously, the supply chain has to be efficient. And how is it helping each category? Because we have various categories in our businesses. How are we differentiating supply chain in each category so that our supply chain is better than our competitor? So we will win at the marketplace only when our brands are superior, our targeting to our consumers is superior, our supply chain is superior to competition. So that's how we work, and we build various initiatives within the supply chain to help us achieve this journey. So that's the premise that we are working for.
I think thanks, Ashish. I think it gave us a fantastic view over the last few minutes as to the multiple initiatives that you were doing. And as I see it, a lot of best of breed solutions that I've been doing. So one quick question: what has this meant to both work and workplace? And when I say workplace, including workforce, what has this meant? How have they changed, or rather, what has been the implication on the business from that?
So I think a lot of changes, because every day we learn more and more about digital data analytics and the tools which are available in the ecosystem. Now, objective is not to run and chase every new tool which is available, but to make sure that what are the processes which are not efficient today, or where we can be more agile. So I think it has been a big learning process for all of us in the company. And I'm lucky that we have a very good pool of talent that we hire from management institutes every year. And these guys are digitally savvy, and they understand it much better than all of us who've been doing the business traditional way for so many years. So we have a lot of these youngsters, and I give these projects to these youngsters to drive, so that one, they'll really like it, and second, they would do all the research and come up with what is the best possible solution. We also have a center of competence in Switzerland, so they also help us. So I think it has meant a lot of capability building, a lot of unlearning, a lot of new learnings, and we even had to change our organization structure. So if I talk about order to cash process, we had 6 order management centers running in South Asia region 2 years back. Now, in order to standardize, digitalize, and make them efficient, we had to fold all of them into one center of competence. So we folded all the order management centers because they all had different practices. Sri Lanka was doing something different. Bangladesh was doing different. All the 4 regions in India were working a little different. So we folded all of them, created a center of competence in Gurgaon, gave them the best tools, best processes to work basis the global benchmarking that Nestle Group did. So this led to a full transformation of order to cash process, and it moved from a very transactional based process to a strategic and value creating process. So this is like one example of transformation which has helped us in and the digital is an enabler in that.
Thanks, Ashish. I think that was pretty exciting, and also to know that I think it just moves beyond the product into information too, and that's how we have consolidated. So great to know of that. Nand, since you are you share a set of inputs which are pretty common, including milk and what Ashish spoke about, and from Mondelez, and we consume all your products very regularly. So any views on how you as an organization and operating in a segment which has a significant set of constraints from a shelf life and from the logistics perspectives, etc. How have you really looked at the digital journey, and how have you looked at the ecosystem, and what have you done about some of the initiatives?
Now, I think thanks for that segue to my sort of brief script on it. First and foremost, very happy to know, Ishwar, that you are enjoying our products like millions of other consumers. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, audience. Also, I hope you, all the families, are doing well in this pandemic and also getting ready for the festive celebration ahead. With all due precaution. So before coming to a specific question, Ishwar, if you allow me, I will just take a couple of minutes to build perspective. A lot of hype or a lot of excitement is being created around digitization. But I personally feel that the why part of digitization or the essence behind digitization needs to be clear, so that we are able to get the right, business strategy or business outcome out of it. So let's look at few things. Let's look at the current trends and what's happening around the world. I think it's very clear that pandemic and the repercussions will stay for much longer time than what we have anticipated earlier. And we need to find an effective way to coexist with it. Like if we are thinking that one fine day everything will disappear, that may not happen. Many of us have heard U, V, W kind of recoveries, but we all know that it's something much more than these alphabets can really talk or say about it. Even if we have right vaccine, we know that inoculating billions of people will certainly take few quarters. And why this perspective is important? Because this phase will have a very strong, reasonable, and sustainable impact on the consumer behaviors, their consumption pattern, and hence on organizations and supply chain. I think we need to be very clear that what exactly we are getting into and what we are trying to solve for. Now, pandemic has also given a very strong realization how crucial are end-to-end supply chains for every organization, especially last 2 quarters. And if some of us can read the fine print of the results which are being announced, are dominated and differentiated by supply chain performance, and this will stay in future. Organizations which are agile, resilient, and resourceful supply chains have significantly outperformed, and we at Mondelez are proud to be part of that league. Now, one of the important outcome of this Black Swan event is a mindset change or mindset shift, and that's where probably this digitization will come into play. I think the basic as like word supply chain will go through a change. It's not just a supply chain, but it's a supply ecosystem which we need to understand, monitor, and perform to reach to the consumer in very different, difficult VUCA world. So what does this mean? Means if we heard what HUL or other organizations are trying to do. In isolation, all organizations have a fantastic internal supply chains with evolved processes, governance mechanism. But what pandemic kind of disruptor has shown us that standalone basis, this is not enough. We need to involve our vendors, maybe even their supply chains, what is called as a supplier supply chain. Our stakeholders as basic as transporters, warehousing partners, business partners, which finally help us to reach our product to the consumer, and create a much larger synchronized supply chain ecosystem. Along with this, we are going to live in a resource constrained environment, and the whole landscape, be it like route to market, channel preference, consumer behaviors, rural urban shifts, everything is evolving almost every day. And hence we need to have a very different view around the supply chain. So in nutshell, what we are saying that there will be much larger number of variables which will impact the supply chain performance and hence organization performance. If we continue with traditional approach or even incremental approach of say some percent improvement year on year, this may not give us the right benefit. Crisis always creates a very conducive environment for breakthrough. And hence some of the ideas which we are experimenting in Mondelez, which will really helping us to manage all the requirements of consumer, not just say freshness or giving right product at right time, but how we can effectively serve and get the best out of this crisis. And I will just break the supply chain into 4-5 components. See, one is the extensive work which we are doing with all the suppliers, like how we can get and give the visibility to all the suppliers, manage active inventory through various things, be it like vendor managed inventory or active BCP, and finally understanding the secondary and tertiary supply chain of the suppliers to de-risk the entire business. And lot of digitization is going in that particular area.
Perfect.
I think my colleague spoke about the dynamic planning, gone the days of time-based planning. Now we are into almost like everyday kind of a dynamic planning with advanced forecasting. AI ML based tools are really helping us to go to the granular level and understand SKU level requirement at particular distribution center or the consumption point. I'm very happy to share that what we discussed about some certain things happening in other regions, but we have made digital factories a reality in India. One of our largest factory in India was completely remotely managed when there were movement constraints, and we call it a integrated digital factory, where our team remotely could plan, predict, and manage entire factory operations seamlessly. And last bit is on the visible distribution. I think we talked about say control towers, etc. But we are able to sort of optimize the whole network and give visibility even in difficult environment, that is giving us a competitive advantage to reach to the consumers very effectively. So that's how we are clear on the why part, embedding the overall digital into the broader strategy, and then getting best out of this pandemic.
Thanks, Nand. I know we are significantly short of time, so thank you so much. And I think that was a great view from you to say as to how we are really looking at changing world order and an operating model coming in from digital. Jasjit, we have heard from brands, we have heard from manufacturers, we have heard about their views. From the dimension of how you're enabling all this. Can I request you to really talk about, and you're operating on the real interface of physical and digital. So on that perspective, how do you really view this, and what are some of the big learnings that you have? And sorry about gentlemen about the time, but I may have to interject you at 3 minutes because we're just running short of for the next sessions per se, as I hear from the organizers. So Jasjit, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ishwar. Before I begin, let me give you a very quick context in about 30 seconds. We are a 62-year organization, and we spread all over the country, have branches in every district of the country. We do about 2.5% of India's GDP by value, the amount of cargo which we move. About 12 million square feet of warehousing space, about 15,000 trucks on the road any given day. We load almost 2 trains a day of various cargo, including FMCG goods, steel, as well as automobiles. We have 6 ships on the coastal waters, both on the east and the west coast. So we are the thick of things, just to put that into perspective. And we began an initiative for digital about 2 years ago. We have established COE in the company as we speak. Now, the context I want to speak about is more about COVID in 3 parts. I think before COVID, during what we are facing now, and post-COVID. So before COVID, things were not really very rosy in the country or globally as well. We were under some kind of a stress when we went into the COVID scenario as well. Once COVID struck, of course, lockdowns and stuff like that, which happened, we did not pause for a single day. There was not a single day where we did not stop operating. And while digital and the control towers, I'll speak about them also in a minute, do a lot of stuff, but the dirty work has to be done on the ground. So a network actually is very, very important, and we cannot, undermine that importance when we talk about digital. Before COVID, the main buzzwords from supply chain were efficiency, they were cost optimization, they were agility. These were the main buzzwords around. When COVID happened, the first one was sustainability. How do we sustain a supply chain? How do we keep things moving? And as the thing became deeper and deeper, we felt next most important resilience. How can resilient to this thing which is coming now? And like Nand quite well mentioned that we do not know the end of it. It might take another year as well. And also William also alluded to that this is not the end of the problems which we will have. So when it does happen as after COVID, we believe it will be a mix of efficiency, agility, sustainability, and resilience. And here, the role of digital is very important. But having said that, what we saw in our supply chain practice, now we work for clients in brick and mortar, we work for clients in e-commerce, we work in automobile, we work in steel, we work in B2C, B2B, everywhere. What we saw was those companies where the fundamentals were strong, they were able to do a better job. Those people where the basics were there, the SOPs were there, they did not falter. Yes, everybody had challenges, but they were able to do the job far better than others who actually didn't have a own good ecosystem ready at that point in time. Now the recovery, what we are seeing is more of a K-shaped recovery. Some sectors are going up and some sectors are going down. And which are going up, there's trouble to cope up with the demand. Those ones which are going down, and even have to talk about them at all. So the basic of supply chain has been the flow of information. That flow of information has taken the place of digital, taken the place of other technologies working with it. So what we have seen in practice is some amount of IoT, a lot of algorithms, some amount of RPAs at work. Probably we are just dabbling with ML right now and yet to go to the AI space. But technology which are really impacting us right now are simple algorithms and RPAs. And also what we could envisage, some companies did a better job at predictive analysis. They could predict a little bit better. They could actually look at three scenarios, the best case, the worst case, and the practical case, and they were able to come out of it better. Now, in terms of what we found as the biggest challenge was the management of control towers, people, diverse, network connectivity, whatever we could replicate into a procession logistics where we do 250 million parts a year. And that is run actually by 3 people. Because over time, the team we have started to replicate whatever was being done by humans, by machines or by algorithms. So just 3 people can manage that entire control tower quite well, and any abnormalities flagged in advance. So that is, typically as a manager, what is the best quality we would have? It's probably anticipation. And if your system can anticipate well, that is where it works very well for it.
Thanks, Jason. I think what I'll do is I'll come back to you maybe after I request. This is great, actually, what you said in terms of how the control tower is really enabling efficiency, and not just efficiency. I assume there's a lot of effectiveness also involved in the overall program and how organizations can manage it better, because they would obviously be outsourcing a fair bit of their requirements to you as you do this. Sujit, you represent a completely different paradigm, right? And from the context of what happened in the COVID and how small and medium businesses are in the center of attraction, and you have been in the platform to enable them. So your views on how digital is really changing, and I'm more interested in understanding as to how small and medium businesses have been enabled and to made more efficient, more effective, and how we have really helped them in the context of the COVID. So any thoughts from you, Sujit?
Yeah. Thanks, Ishwar, and thanks every panel member. I think it was my first time I'm coming on any of the FICCI event. I think from that itself is a experience for me. So without wasting time, I understand 3 minutes. Look, we are in B2B commerce, e-commerce, and given my background, I have evolved myself from B2C e-commerce. So I was with the Flipkart build B2C, and then now part of Udaan building B2B. And supply chain, my realization is not something as an option. It's a necessity for our business. And our understanding is not like a one sector, one lane, one leg. I think end to end, like how consumer is thinking now. I think because I'm in B2B, how our retailers are thinking, how our manufacturer brands are thinking, what their strength, what their weakness is. Like the theme of this digitization of the supply chain, I put it in the perspective. Digitization is the input. So digitization for systemizations of supply chain, how I put it. Because digitization provides all the inputs, like the every accurate informations for designing of your network, for designing of like for your effectiveness of planning, for effectiveness of your assets, your manpower, productivity, enhancement, investment in, let's say, automations, designing of your vehicle, designing of your warehouse. So all those aspects, your hub, your middle mile, your last mile, your first mile. So I see it's not a choice. It's not like, hey, I have an option. It's a necessity. So digitization and the real game is systemizations. So because without, in absence of systemizations, how you'll control your cost, how you will control the experience, how you'll trade off between service level and cost. So there are, because you have to solve the, ultimately one has to solve the business problem, like what business wants. Let's say, I'll give an example. Let's say my retailer tier one city, it need a they need their delivery either next day or same day. In pharma case, it's the same day. Tier two city, it's like within 2 days. Tier three or tier four city, 3, 4, 5 days is fine. Their problem is selection and availability. Their problem is not service. So what I'm saying, that there are several archetypes to design. And sorry, it is very hard to summarize in 3 minutes, but we have an archetype. We have a like FMCG, food, fresh, one kind of supply chain. Then one supply chain is intercity supply chain, which has a global scale come into the play. In food, fresh, and FMCG supply chain, or logistic, only localizations plays into that. It's not a global play, because the retailers in Delhi cannot buy from Bangalore. But in clothing, it's not the reality, because manufacturer sits in, let's say, Surat or Ahmedabad or in Delhi or in Mumbai, but demand comes from all across the country. So we have an archetype of the country. So I understand your intervention, but yeah, that's where it is. But I was more excited by the whole panel.
Yeah, I know. It's great to hear this, Sujit, and really the archetype model is something that everybody is doing. Call it hyper segmentation, call it archetyping. I think people are really looking at micro segmentation of both the market and the customer. So I think Vinay had to leave. So I think we are missing Vinay. But thank you, everybody, William, for your keynote address, and then Nand, Ashish, Jasjeet, and Sujit for your thoughts. And thank you, everybody, and Ankit for the organization. I know the next panel is waiting. I think we had a great session understanding your thoughts, and what came out is a very diverse set of views as to how we are managing. But end of the day, I think the end-to-end is being managed. And I go back to what William said first. It's not about plan, source, make, deliver, but it's about synchronized planning and fulfillment covered with a set of dimensions around it. So thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. And thank you for joining.
Thank you. Great session.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
We are live now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this panel discussion. We have Alka Arora ma'am from Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME with us. So this is a special session on promoting MSMEs through e-commerce and exports through MSMEs. So we have eminent speakers with us. So handing it over to Pranav sir. Pranav sir is the Director of Sellers for Amazon India. Happy to have you with us. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for having me here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Srimati Alka Arora, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, and our esteemed panelists to this session on digitizing MSMEs and promoting exports through e-commerce. With IMF estimating 10.3% contraction for the Indian economy, the role of MSMEs, which account for 30% of GDP and more than 40% of countries' exports, will be really critical in the post-pandemic recovery. And these figures reflect just how critical small and medium businesses are in any recovery strategy, and a fact that has been correctly recognized by the government. Revival of MSMEs will actually be central to the economic rebuilding, as the beneficiary of success would not just be the business itself, but the entire community. And the positive effects of a resurgent small business base on job creation, consumption, manufacturing, growth, exports will underpin inclusive economic growth in India. And as we look at it, technology will be a central enabler to helping MSMEs achieve the operational efficiencies, increase revenues, sustained employment generation. And it is estimated that digitization of MSMEs could add anywhere between US dollars 158 to 216 billion to India's GDP by 2024. Its disruptive power will lead not just to short-term recovery, but also enable small and medium businesses to become the key driver to achieving Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a US $5 trillion economy by 24-25. And while Digital India initiative has certainly mainstream technology adoption for businesses, the e-commerce sector is playing an important and effective role to accelerate the digitization of small business. And MSMEs are recognizing the benefits of digitization with e-commerce partners that e-commerce partners offer. And we are seeing businesses increasingly gravitate towards conducting business online. And COVID-19 pandemic, in fact, has also played a significant role in accelerating the process of digitization. So the positives of a closer partnership between SMBs and e-commerce sector are manifold, and it provides businesses with access to new and international markets, seamless and efficient logistics chain, payment system, customer acquisition, and opportunity to leave a positive impression of Indian manufactured products to a foreign audience. And from an Amazon perspective, recognizing this trend of digitization and its importance to modernizing businesses and value chains, Amazon has made a commitment of an additional investment of US $1 billion to digitize 10 million MSMEs across India. And this includes manufacturers, resellers, local shops, traders, brands across the board. And we have also announced our goal to facilitate 10 billion US dollars in B2C e-commerce exports by 2025. We also have several programs to accelerate the process of digitizing MSMEs and enabling them to grow their business with exports. And these include onboarding programs such as Chai Cart or Tatkal, to actually bring small businesses and e-commerce platforms closer, as well as initiatives such as Karigar, Saheli, Launchpad, that are geared towards micro entrepreneurs and cohorts like women entrepreneurs, artisans, weavers, emerging brands. We are also working to provide seller registration and support in vernacular languages and have already launched support in Hindi and Tamil this year. And we are also working to And our service provider network has experts in digital imaging, cataloging, transportation, order management, and customer service. We also continue to invest resources in bringing traditional stores across India online through a local shops program. And through this program, we are able to bring thousands of brick and mortar stores online and help them meet the challenges posed by the pandemic. And today, more than 20,000 such stores from 200 cities, mostly from smaller cities, are selling successfully on Amazon. And I'm happy to share that we are on track to add another 10,000 by end of this year and multiply it to 3 lakhs by 2023. And coming to exports, SMBs currently contribute more than 40% of India's exports, and at Amazon, we recognize their importance in spreading the made in India goods all over the world and in helping them leverage e-commerce channels to help expand their global footprint. And a global selling program provides more than 60,000 Indian sellers direct access to 300 million customers across 15 international markets. And currently, we have cumulative exports of US dollar 2 billion enabled, and we aim to touch US dollar 10 billion by 2025. So with that, I wanted to really thank our chief guest, Srimati Alka Nangia Arora, for her time over here with us. Ma'am, I want to take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of the entire industry and not just e-commerce. Your leadership has really helped us guide through this dynamic period, and I thank you for being a good friend of the industry and your enthusiasm for doing the right thing. Your openness to hearing industry concerns and helping them resolve is really, really inspiring. Thanks a lot for that. And I would now like to welcome you to deliver the keynote address for this session.
Thank you, Pranav, and thank you so much, Vicky, for having me here today. In fact, this topic is, another 15 minutes, we have the same topic, digitizing MSMEs and promoting exports. So the next session, which I'm attending with Niti Aayog, is also on the very same topic. And in fact, what Pranav was highlighting, we had a session with their entire Amazon team at the MSME era secretary had invited most of us in the ministry to join, where the entire Amazon India team was there. So Amazon is doing a great work, but as we are, working at the grassroots level and at the MSME ministry, we feel there's a lot more to be done. And, we need many platforms like Amazon, to get everybody, the micro sector especially, on board, which is, a huge task for the entire setup as well as the industry. So coming to the topic, COVID-19, as was mentioned earlier, has, it changed the entire perspective, the way we were looking at business and the way we were shopping. Keeping the world apart, but talking about India, Indians had never shopped so much online as they are doing today. And when the markets are opening at your doorstep, it won't change. I think the e-commerce market is here to stay, and it will only grow. So I think all of us agree to this, and it is now that how do our MSMEs onboard these platforms? So at the ministry and at inter-ministry level, a lot of meetings are happening, a lot of conversations are happening, and our department, our ministry is already 2 platforms are running from our ministry. The Khadi has done the soft launch for their products, and they are coming up with their portal, which is primarily a B2C portal. And NSIC, which is our corporation, they have a B2B portal. Sometime in the future, the plan is that, both these platforms should somewhere get merged, because the NSIC platform is dealing primarily with the manufacturing side, and the Khadi portal is on the consumer side. And as of now, Khadi is picking up stuff from the people like our PMEGP units, which is the Prime Minister's Employment Generation Program, which is the flagship program of our ministry. So the products are coming from those units which are working or have got the loans from our ministry. But the mandate and the scale is a lot, which we need to take up. In fact, our ministry has now, our secretary has made 5 task forces which are working on different parameters, how to take the industry to another level. So we have 5 task forces, and the task force which I myself I'm working on is to increase the export and bring down the imports which are coming in our country. So when we talk about increasing the exports from our country, we all know that, though there is no figure in writing, but we say that, there are 6 crore MSMEs, 11 crore people employed in this sector, and nearly 40% is going in exports. So most of the micro units or even the smaller units, they are not exporting directly. They are all going through aggregators. And it is, we need to find new models of aggregation and the e-commerce platforms like what Amazon has done. In the past 4 years, they have, created a market for the exporters to export in different countries. And so the first thing which the MSMEs look is, or have is, of course, we know there is lack of credit. Also, there is lack of knowledge of what to make, how to make, and where to export it, if they're even producing, and what kind of the product they should be making. So there is a need for a market intelligence, which the ministry is working on. We are in talks with the Commerce Ministry, with DPIT, DGCIS, DGFT, so that how do we get this data? It is available all over the place. It needs to be collated, told to people. Our district DIs, they are trying to become the export facilitation centers and give knowledge to the MSMEs who are coming to them, and what is that they need to do. Because if we look at the whole scenario, you need many more documents to export than you need to import in our country. So that is the first thing which we all need to look at. And we all know that imports can never stop. But yes, what we are importing, how much we are importing, and why we are importing that, and how we can do a value addition to that. And because if you look at the gem and jewelry sector, it is one of the sectors where we have a lot of import happening. But if we import for 5 rupees and make it a product of 5,000, and Archana ji is here, and I think she would, give me a thumbs up on this, that, they are one of the sectors who really do the value addition and bring in the money to the country, we can put it very quickly like that. So we need to have more value addition rather than the raw products moving out of the country. We need to have them in the country. And before we start talking about export and import, in fact, my report will be coming out in another maybe 20 days or 25 days, where we talk about that the first thing we need to look at is to make India a manufacturing hub. Because then your export, your import, everything falls into, we cannot compartmentalize these things. That we say, no, we will do the export, we will stop the imports. It doesn't work like that. Because if your idea is to make it a manufacturing hub, you will have to get into, what is the raw material, how we are getting the raw material. And since most of us, many of our lead ministries are a part of the Honorable Prime Minister's program for the toy. So we are all working on the toy, and we have realized that, there are so many intrinsic issues that the industry is suffering from. One of the primary is there is no raw material. What is the technology required? How are they going to make the product? Because they need, it is much more than a toy. Because even if it's a small toy, it has so many things. Like we learned the hard way when we didn't have the dispensers in the country. So our technology centers got into making that. But it has 12 to 13 parts, the dispenser. So it is a technical product. It's just not so we need more designs. I have had in the past 1 month meetings with all the sectoral councils, all the export promotion councils, and all the leading associations from the states and the central level associations. And the thing which comes to mind is that we need to gear up our MSMEs, but we also need to guide them. The capacity building, because like the toy industry says that every year, if we set up something, they will need nearly 2.5 lakh of trained manpower. Now these capacity building courses can't be of a month or something. They need to be really trained well to deliver that kind of product. So we all need to gear up, and yes, we need to get them the credit, because that is where the first thing starts. and also how to guide them to take them across the entire value chain. So this is where the ministry has been working. We have set up a champions portal, which is an online portal, and it is the headquarters. It is headquartered here, right across our secretary's room, and we have now nearly 70 centers across the country, and we have linked it to all the leading banks, so that whatever it's basically a grievances redressal portal practically live. So whatever are the grievances, they are being addressed that day itself. If the ministry can't address them, we are trying to connect them to the banks. So it's like a operational room we have now, which is trying to connect. We have all the principal secretaries of the states on board. So the ministry is trying to connect everybody. And also, as all of us know, the Udyam registration has come where we are trying to get the GST linked to it, the GST and the PAN. That is being done. So the digitization process by the ministry is on. We already have the Sambandh and the Samadhan portals. The PMEG portal has been completely made online. So some of these interventions we are taking. In fact, today morning I had another meeting that we will be one of the key ministries to mobilize the micro units for the toy fair, the national toy fair, which the PM wants to be done, maybe in a month or 2 months' time. Now, the first discussion we were all having is that if we get these micro units, how, and we need to digitize them, because it will be a virtual fair. So their photography, their cataloging, and these are the things which, I would like to compliment Amazon when they say, and the last meeting, I was really impressed when they said in 4 years, this is the kind of turnover they've made. So this is the kind of, platforms we need, and a little support and a guidance from the bigger platforms that they help the MSMEs, and maybe they design specific courses and even for the clusters and the self-help groups, so that we open up the market to these MSMEs, and they become really a part of the global value chain. So that's all I have to say. I think there are many distinguished members, and I would have loved to hear them. But I'm here for the next 5-10 minutes before I log into the next meeting. So thank you so much for having me here. And I will look forward to what the deliberations come out of today's meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Alka ma'am, for your kind words. I also wanted to point out that Dhwanil from Skillmatics is a part of this session, and he's been exporting the Made in India STEM toys on .in. And thanks a lot for recognition of all the work that Amazon has done in this area. I'll now hand it with to Rajat, over to you.
Thank you. Very good to hear you speak. And a lot of the conversation we are having today is exactly on these topics. So thank you for your time, and also I think it's a good lead into the conversation. So I just want to start now. First, I just want to welcome the three panelists who are the resellers on the various platforms. Firstly, I wanted to welcome Miss Archana Gupta, owner of Touchstone Gems and Jewelry, doing phenomenally well on the not just from employing women, but also from as a women entrepreneur on a platform. Secondly, I wanted to welcome Mr. Dhanil Sheth, founder of Skillmatics, educational toys, done extremely well both for selling toys in India and exporting on the platform. And then lastly, Mr. Anshul, co-founder of vintage clothing firm Sanskriti India. So they also have a very unique model of buying old saris and converting them into products. So very interesting business models, all of them. So Archana, I will start with you first. Maybe briefly just tell us what your journey has been like in the last few years, last 2 to 3 years. And then also I'll come to you with the other questions we had, which is really about how do platforms encourage artisans? But let's just start with everybody's brief history, please. Can't hear you, Archana. Can't hear you. I think you're still on mute, Archana.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Yeah, so I would like to greet Alka ji if she's still there. I'm not sure. So I've interacted with her before speaking on.
I'm there, Archana ji. I'm there.
I'm saying I've interacted with you before speaking on behalf of women artisans and women entrepreneurs. Here today, I'm here in my personal capacity as well. So just sharing my personal story a little bit. We have a imitation jewelry manufacturing unit, which has been there since the late 1990s. And we had retail outlets. We were working with the department stores, shop and shops, whatever, across the country. And we started selling online. We were one of the earliest people to start selling online with. I think my first online sale was made on the Times of India Times in 2000. So that's a very long time. But really, we were selling on Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, all of that. The big opportunity I found was with Amazon Global Exports. So the B2C platform that Amazon has, which has really opened up the market for us. We are selling on all 13 of the 13 countries through those platforms, and we have done quite well. So, but the learning I would like to share is that we tend to always underestimate ourselves in India. We think our quality is not up to the mark. We think our design is not up to the mark. The world seems like an unfamiliar and very difficult place where we need to really upgrade ourselves to work in that market. I'm more or less in favor of what we call the Nike principle, that you just do it. You take what you have, you throw it out there, and Amazon makes it easy. At least, you can just do it without too much cost involved, too much risk, and we tend to get very pleasantly surprised most of the time. That things which are good, which we think are okay here, we are so used to our handmade things and all, we take that totally for granted. We take our beautiful textiles, our beautiful jewelry, we take it all for granted. But if you just put it out there in even a halfway usable form, there is this whole world out there which is waiting for us. And I think I'm a great believer in e-commerce for women, for MSMEs. Pranav ji might be also familiar with what I've been saying all these years. So yeah, I think there is.
What is the size of the business today in terms of number of people you employ, output, or revenue?
I'm working with a lot of artisans, so they're not under my direct employment. And I think on Amazon particularly, I'm doing a few $1 million of business a year.
Perfect. Fantastic story. So Dhanil, coming to you, just briefly, I've just introduced your firm by name. Just say what you guys do and what has the journey been like over the last, say, 2 to 3 years?
Thank you for having us on this panel today. And I think we're a relatively younger company. We are a startup MSME, and Alka ma'am spoke a lot about the toy space, and we actually forayed into this about 3 years ago with a very simple vision that the best educational products and toys can be made in India and can be exported across the world. That was the real vision with which we started, and at that time, we didn't have the wonderful enablers like the Amazon Global Selling Program. And in the last 3 years, our business has, honestly grown tremendously. We were when we started in our first year, we were maybe like a typical MSME, a couple of crores in revenue. This year, we should cross about 75 crores in revenue in terms of the size of in the growth of the business. That's just in 3 years. We now employ directly over 150 people, and we have a lot of contract manufacturers across the larger toy ecosystem in India whom we work with, and indirectly contribute to significant employment both in the Maharashtra cluster as well as in Karnataka. So the journey has been pretty amazing. And I think that very grateful for just the e-commerce platforms today, right? I believe we're living in a world where market access is no longer constrained, and if you actually can build amazing products and leverage India's structural advantages, you can actually sell your products to any corner of the world, and that is actually a game changer for MSMEs in India, who historically may not have had the simple I would say access to market, right? And I think that fundamental barrier has been eliminated. A lot of the challenges that Asha ma'am mentioned kind of gets solved by technology, right? In terms of what are the right products to make. You get rapid customer feedback on your products. And so from that perspective, I believe there's a whole new generation of MSMEs that need to be digitized. And I think the world is our oyster, right? And like we've shown in a very early sense, there is a tremendous market out there for made in India products. I think one last point that I would like to highlight is that we found, at least in our journey, that success on e-commerce platforms allows you to access the larger market. And given the tremendous success we've had on Amazon, in fact, the number one ranked toy and game on Amazon in the US is our product, which is made in India, which most people don't know of, and especially given the focus the Prime Minister has for this sector, I'm fairly certain this fact is not even known. And given the success that we've had there, we've had every large retailer from Walmart to Target approach us to take our products offline. And starting January 2021, we roll out across 10,000 US retail stores, which is again a complete game changer for our business. And I think all of that has basically just been uh, because we've been able to demonstrate that our product can sell online and that the customers love it. And I think that this is a great opportunity, not just for us, but for the crores of MSMEs that we have here, who I no doubt in their various sectors can showcase that their products can truly be the best in the world.
Thank you. Yeah, great story. I hope you've got a product to show us today. One of the best-selling products. You should put it up. It'll be good to see that. Anshul, coming to you, what's your journey been like? It's been a very interesting products as well. So briefly, please tell us what it's been like for you for the last 2 to 3 years.
Thank you, Rajat, for giving us the opportunity. So I'm Anshul. I'm a co-founder at Sanskriti India, and my other co-founder, interestingly, is my wife. So it's a home-run organization. Sanskriti India is today I would say, world's premium supplier of vintage sarees. Vintage sarees is basically a euphemism for sarees which have been given away by their previous owners, which we collect, restore, preserve, and finally export to around 40 countries, mostly to foreign designers. These are not bought by Indians, but are mostly non-Indians. So we prominently are a retail export company, sending out our items to more than 40 countries. Started on eBay primarily. We still are the most high seller on eBay, and we slowly expanded to other export marketplaces. We also won national award by Dr. Pranab Mukherjee in 2015 and have been featured on multiple Indian and international publications since then. We have $1 million plus sale, around 30 people team, mostly women. So it's a almost 90% women oriented organization. Me and a couple other guys are males, but everybody else, we are proud of them and they do a fantastic job. The interesting thing about our model has been that since every SKU is different, every SKU gets cataloged, photographed, preserved, and then sold, and then we have to start the process all over again. So today we catalog about 200 SKUs every day. That means taking around 1600 photographs, putting around 200 listings on multiple marketplaces, making sure they get sold and they get everything gets delivered to the 100% perfection. Initially, there were a lot of challenges because eBay was probably the only player. Amazon was not in the game till then, and slowly other platforms emerged, and we saw this whole thing take off. So initially, we had to write a lot of tech ourselves as well. Today, the whole scenario is much better. But our initial focus on tech and processes have also given us great headways throughout various times like GSTs, demonetizations, now COVID lockdowns instead. In fact, after COVID lockdown, we have been growing almost 20-25% month on month, and we see this going for next 2-3 years at least. I just also want to highlight that we also have played around with export and domestic markets, and since we had a tech kind of inclinations, a lot of other players, small, medium, large guys came to us and told us that they want us to kind of sell for them. So we have played around with that market as well, have our own learnings. And over 10 years, I think we have pretty much worked with around 50, 20, 15, 80 large players, small players in market, understand the market fairly well from government policy perspective, marketplace perspective, and just pure Indian Lala mindset that we all have. That's why we are here. And how that can be scaled to global markets. So would be really lovely to kind of share some of the insights and also to swap notes with my esteemed other panelists. And obviously, hopefully, some of these things will be heard by government, which has been very proactive in helping us out.
Thank you so much, Anshul. Great story as well. Very interesting, and it's a category close to most people's heart, I'm sure. So, I think you already talked about the fact that you have 30 women employees, primarily women employee business. So, Archana, I'm going to come to you on that. That's my next question. We'll talk about artisans as well, but how do you? Obviously, there's a huge opportunity for startups like yours, which are especially in products which are very women centric, artificial jewelry, saris, even toys. Um, how are our platforms enabling a lot of women to be employed? For the MSMEs, is it easier for you to engage with that? And do you see that as a big advantage from a platform perspective to work with a lot of women entrepreneurs?
So I'd like to say one thing, like typically in India, I think about 10% of small businesses are owned by women, and most of them are in the micro category. Out of that 10%, 9% is in the micro category. Most platforms like Amazon and Snapdeal and all have between 25 to 30% women vendors. So that itself is a big change. Now, I personally think that e-commerce takes care of a lot of the problems that women entrepreneurs face, because you can work from home, you can work in your own time, you don't have to travel out to get orders or to do things. So mobility is a problem. These problems should not be problems, they should not be differentiators between men and women, but they
But they are. So
they
we have
are.
to where
So
we are.
looking at that, we need to see that e-commerce is it's a much easier format for women to work at. Now, one of my projects which I've taken up, which I've discussed with Amazon also, which I took up as Flow President, is about enabling artisans and particularly women artisans to come onto these platforms. Amazon has Amazon Saheli and Amazon Karigar working on that. But I'd like to give here the example of Taobao. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Taobao. It's an Alibaba owned platform in China, and it focuses on sourcing from rural uh, uh, areas.
Yeah.
And the Chinese government has designated 1 lakh villages as Taobao villages, where they want to go and train. They have set up training centers. So initially, Alibaba was doing it, Taobao was doing it. Then the government came into the picture. Now they just franchise it out, and you have to get a certain minimum, maybe 100 sellers and so many $1,000 of sale from that village for it to have been considered a success. They're pretty close to achieving it. I think it's already 70, 80,000 villages. Now, the villages which have succeeded in doing that, see reverse migration, see great jumps in income.
Everything.
Everything.
Income, consumption.
Now, the first question when I brought up this issue in certain policy meetings, with various people, they say, but the Chinese government has invested heavily into creating an industrial capacity in those villages, which is why they have products which they can sell. So if you don't have any products to sell, what good is training anybody? Now, I'd like to say here that the world handicraft market is about $400 billion. And I think in India, we just supply about $1 billion, which is ridiculous because we may have 50% of the world's artists. So, one, that market is there. Second thing which India has, which China doesn't have anymore, or hardly anybody in the world has, is handcrafted goods, artisans, techniques, and products which are unique. So we don't really have to we don't have to tell these people how to do their job. We don't have to set up training programs for 100 million people to enable them to become skilled, because those skills are there, they're languishing, and they will vanish very soon if nothing is done about it.
Absolutely.
To me, if the government works with portals like Flipkart or Amazon or eBay or whoever, and they can work variously with them and sets up training centers, just onboarding centers. And I would even say that don't even try to onboard each artisan, because one thing which I've been talking about, which I was very pleased to hear today, is having the the seller portal in vernacular. Backend in vernacular, that will be a game changer. But
absolutely,
if you set up training centers and you work with the SHGs and work with the NGOs, working straight with the artisan is very scary for the artisan. But you see, in a village, even if you have 1 or 2 people who are capable of listing, or who are capable of operating the back end from a phone.
So word of mouth takes care of that, right? I mean, once you get a few on board, it's a slow process, right?
Yes,
Once
no, and of course, if
you see
your neighbor
success,
starts
everybody
making
will join.
money, you will learn by hook or crook. You hear the Taobao stories, because I read up extensively on Taobao. So we have all these stories about the farmer who's coming in selling his buffalo to buy a computer so that he can sell his products online. It will happen, but the thing is that if you, like, you used to have a village postmaster who would write letters for the whole village. You didn't need everybody to be literate, but the communication could go on so long as there are 2 or 3 people who can do it. If you adopt that model, the government has 2.5 lakh computer training centers, computer
Yeah,
centers
there's
in
so many.
villages.
We have 6 lakh villages, right? So there's
So I'm
650.
saying, if you
Sorry.
tie up and you just hold, it's a focus. You're not trying to do general digital literacy. You're not trying to do all of that. You're just saying this is how you photograph a product, or like the Orissa government has authorized a smartphone to each of its SHGs. So I think 6 lakhs SHGs they've authorized a smartphone.
Sure.
So
So Josh, yeah, I mean, great. So I think that's absolutely spot on. And Pranav, maybe these are some of the things you need to pick up from an Amazon perspective. How do you drive, through villages, right? So you take on and adopt maybe 50, 100, 200, 1,000 villages where you train them on the products they already make. And then that can become the platform for sourcing from, right? So you basically, you save the skill, and you save, because we have valuable skills going on, making musical instruments, making shawls, and all the Kani work. There's so much talent, and all of these guys are just dying out.
There's so many
I just
NGOs
asked
who are
Dhwani,
working in this space. If you pull in the NGOs, there they have little bit educated people. You see, the artisan may not be educated, but there may be one smart girl in the village who has studied a bit, who can be the person who.
no, but believe me, when it comes to work, they're all very educated. Education is, it's not just right.
But I think even that little back end work that you need,
Sure.
that can happen with these people. So that is, I mean, to me, it's just we have the Aadhaar card, we have the Jan Dhan Yojana, we have the banks, you have the smartphone penetration, you have the internet penetration. We've reached a place we were not in 5 years ago.
Yeah. Archana, I'll just go to the other sellers as well. Just only 5-7 minutes left. I'll just get them to. So, Dhwani, your thoughts on some of this? Sorry to cut you out. Just another 9 minutes left. So I'll just, Dhwani, your thoughts. How do you see this evolving for bringing on artisans? Also, and then we'll do a quick round on challenges, because I want to capture challenges today. More importantly, Mrs. Alka talked a lot about that challenges, and they're trying to address. So then to quickly on some of the thoughts, your thoughts on onboarding artisans and women and from these smaller towns, villages.
I mean, I'll keep it brief, Rajat. I think that Archana ma'am has already spoken pretty extensively on this, and I think again my starting point is very simple, and that's that the barriers to market access have been removed, and I think that's the fundamental starting point.
Absolutely.
And I think that I don't think this simple point is understood as strongly as how much of a game changer it is, right? Because in business, largely why Indian manufacturing couldn't compete is because they're small, right? They're MSMEs. They don't have scale to compete on cost. They don't have, exactly. There's too hard. There's no way for them to access international trade fairs. Think about how an exporter tries to go about doing a business, right? He goes to a trade fair. Most of them can't even afford to leave the country. Right?
No, I agree. I've lived in London, and to try and get a listing in Selfridges or Harrods, you can wait for 5 years to even get a product there, right? It's just very, very difficult to get any of these retailers to even give you space.
Absolutely. And so that's the basic premise, right? That the access to the market, and the market is the end consumer's control, right? It's controlled either by large retailers who are in the middle, or wholesalers, and so on. And so, from an Indian manufacturing or MSME standpoint, there was no way to access the market. I just feel that given that this is now, I would say this pipe is built, right? Which connects you directly from the smallest seller in any part of this country to the consumer anywhere in the world. And I think that what we need to realize is that globally, especially in developed markets like the US, at least from our vantage point, we've seen that there is a huge shift in consumer demand for products that are authentic, that actually have a great narrative behind them. And I can certainly tell you that if there was a brand that was built which was like rooted in, say, Indian values, or basically stole the narrative that where actually every product you buy leads to like a woman getting educated or employed in my village, US consumers would lap that up, right? And I think that some of these things just need to be understood. And the good thing about India is that we're a nation of entrepreneurs, right? It's very fundamental to our DNA. And I think the building the pipe has been a complete game changer. And now like my personal belief is that all we need to do is just try and make the experience as seamless as possible. Just I don't even think entrepreneurs need the support. They will figure it out. I mean, that's what we've done like for generations, right? And that's just Indian nature, whether it's in India, whether it's going abroad and being successful, that's been this Indian story. And so I think that from a government perspective, to answer just very directly.
No, I'll come back to you. Let's not do the questions. We'll come back together in the end, and then we'll get Pranav maybe or somebody to capture these points. I'll get to Anshul first in terms of his view, and then we'll do a round on challenges. Anshul, your thoughts? You're already employing a lot of women. You've got you're prime. So just briefly talk about how the platforms are enabling the recruitment of artisans, etc.
Yeah, so I think this has been gradual. I think it's constant and endeavor for all the platforms. Earlier, eBay and then Amazon and now Etsy and other platforms which are coming into India to somehow tap into this huge, vast handicraft artisans in India, somehow take them online. The problem I've seen is that these platforms are just too complex, right? So the guy out there in the village hardly understands English, has seen a smartphone for the first time, and now you think that you can train him out and kind of get him on board, get him to sell large quantities in US or other markets. It just doesn't happen. So what happens is guys who are smart, people who are slightly more attuned to global markets, people like us, me, Divyanil, Alka ma'am, everybody else, they kind of figure it out. That's my thought, right? And if you really want to get these guys up, you want to provide support. One, simplify the process. Number two, provide better logistic options. Number three, provide marketing opportunities, not just sales and operational opportunities. And number four, I think provide some kind of trademarking protection to Indian brands. Those are the four things I see for people from India to scale to
language
the
as well,
world.
right? The language as well.
Language, yeah, it's a huge thing. I mean, even people who think they
We just
understand
assume
English.
everybody speaks English or Hindi or wherever we live, but there are just so many different languages.
Yeah, I think, see, I've been here for last 10 years and more things have changed, more they have remained the same. The smart guys make it off. The small guys are still there. They're still small. People are still struggling to get them on board. It's just an ongoing process. And I see that happening for next 4 or 5 years if we don't think out of the box from here.
Sure. Archana, some 2-3 top things that you would want to see change if tomorrow the government could change something. What are the top 2-3 things to really drive your business from where you are today to 5x, 6x, maybe 10x in the next? Because that's what's Amazon's ambition, right? Billion to 10 billion. How will that get there? What is the 10x factor you need?
Okay. So for me, as an entrepreneur dealing in handcrafted products, which is jewelry or it could be anything, in terms of operations, yes, I would like the export documentation to be a lot simpler. The payment receipt, returns of products which come back, which then the government charges an import duty. Those are operational issues, which if they are reduced, a very much larger number of people could get on board.
Sure.
The second thing, what I'm talking about, what Anshul also mentioned, is that I think the government should do a large scale artisan mapping project where it just creates a thing and lets the artisan's address, phone number, and the product be available to the public. So, entrepreneurs, the artisans may not be good enough to handle international or even local e commerce markets by themselves, but entrepreneurs like him and me and anywhere in the world can just tap into this free resource, reach out to those artisans. Because suppose I say, I think there is a demand for toys from Andhra Pradesh. If I know there is a portal I can go on and there are some 500 artisans with maybe customer ratings, person is good, and I can phone them, reach out to them, the entrepreneurs will do all the work. The government has to do nothing except put the contact detail of that artisan up there.
Sure.
So, and there is a role for the entrepreneur. There's a very strong role for the entrepreneur.
Oh, absolutely. Somebody needs to aggregate, right? Everybody
You
can't
just
get
need to put this up as a free resource. No private company is going to do it because it will be their proprietary and they will not share it. So this is something the government can do. And language, I'd just like to say one thing, Anshul. Amazon has removed the need for language problems. We are working in 5-10 languages already. People in my office happily correspond in Japanese without knowing a word of Japanese. because you have software which manages everything, which could be easily true for each of the Indian languages.
Does that work back end for India also? Are you able to speak in multiple languages in India also with the
I'm
supplier?
saying they're not. I don't know what are the translation tools available, but at least with 6, 7, 8 countries, my people who know only English and Hindi happily correspond in German and French and Japanese, and they do it all. So there are, besides Google Translate, there are better programs which give better translations. But yeah, we're working in so many languages. So I think that language issue is going to vanish in another year. I think there will be back end translation versions for each of the Indian languages, and I think that is going to vanish.
Perfect. That's fantastic. Dhwanil, coming to you, your wish list, top 3 things.
I mean, I'll keep it brief.
75 to maybe few hundred crores of revenue over the next 3 to 5 years.
I think that honestly, and this probably will apply to most people, is I agree with everything that has been said. I do think that it's a step by step evolution in terms of, like, I think first you'll end up having entrepreneurs coming, finding the right products, and taking it to market on global platforms, exactly like Archana ji said. And then eventually maybe we can get to a point where the artisans and all can directly sell. But I think that is definitely several steps ahead. I think what I would wish for is just very simple, that the government understands that the landscape of exports has sort of changed, right? And you have your traditional B2B exports in terms of like exporting it wholesale, but there is now this entire new, I would say, way of doing business, that is B2C exports, right? Every single export custom regulation that we have was written in an era where this second model did not exist, right? And so I think that that's just the simple starting point that I would want to put forth to the policymakers, saying that, look, if this second business model is going to gain tremendous traction, you need to take a holistic view of all regulations that impact this, whether it's documentations required to move goods out of the country, right? You're not selling it. Like when you're sending a good to the US, it's like a sale on consignment, because you haven't sold the products yet. I mean, those all have implications. As every entrepreneur markets these products on like digital platforms to get demand, there are implications today, or like equalization levy, GST laws. I mean, all of these just add to the cost, right, of doing business. And I think that the government doesn't intend to add on additional cost to these endeavors, right, because it's bringing in valuable foreign exchange. I just think that the laws were written in a different time frame, right? And so I think that would be my I would say my only and perhaps biggest request, that we take a holistic view, saying that, look, there is a new way of doing business, and it's going to only increase, and it compounds significantly over the next few years. And how do we modify existing laws, and B, also look at new laws to enable and actually further drive this and accelerate this forward from a policy perspective.
All right, thank you. Anshu, last word from you.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of point out that this panel, or the 3 sellers here, are all people who build their businesses online and now moving offline. We don't have a story that went from offline to online and came on this panel. That tells you the amount of distance that this industry still has to travel.
Yeah, thank you. I think Archana did a bit of offline, but anyway, we'll give you
credit
for
20 years of offline.
mostly for online. You're
Oh, I'm
famous.
sorry about that. I'll stand corrected.
But listen, thank you so much. We're running out of time.
Thank you, Rajat.
Just to wrap up, but thank you so much for your time. Pranav, great introduction and setting the context for the session. Anshul, Archana, Dhwanil, awesome work. Great to see the success, and big round of clap to you. Round of applause to you guys for really creating fantastic businesses. Hopefully, it's inspiring many people to start, and to the platforms to maybe engage more and more people to do this. So well done, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. I'm sure we'll
Thank you so much.
but thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
making it for this very, very exciting session. I think I'm going to take 2 minutes to introduce Professor Soumitra Datta. Actually, he doesn't need any introduction. He's a very famous professor, but he's currently professor management at the founding dean of the St. Johnson College of Business at Cornell University, New York. He's also the founder of the Global Innovation Index, published by the World Intellectual Property Organization, and was the co-editor of the Global Information Technology Report, published by the World Economic Forum. 2 influential reports in technology and innovation policy. He's also the founder and president of Portuland's Institute, a non-partisan, non-profit research and education institute based in Washington, D.C. Professor Datta is on the global boards of many companies, including Sodexo and Dassault System. He's also a member of the Shareholder Council of Chicago-based healthcare consulting company ZS Associates. Professor Datta received a BTech in Electrical Engineering and Computer Science from the Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi, an MS in Business Administration and Computer Science, and a PhD in Computer Science from the University of California, Berkeley. In 2017, he received a Distinguished Alumnus Award from his alma mater, IIT Delhi. So with that, I'd like to take the opportunity to invite Professor Datta to maybe say a few words about himself. Hopefully, I haven't covered too much of his bio, but say a few words about yourself, and then we can just maybe get into the conversation, and maybe if you can present to us some of the things you want to talk about today.
Thank you very much, Rajat, for your kind introduction. Very good afternoon to everyone in India. And I certainly hope that all of you and your families are safe and healthy in the midst of the ongoing pandemic. We're living through very strange times, and even us having this conference virtually is a reminder of that. At the same time, I think this kind of a change that we have seen in our lives in the last, I would say, 6 months, is not going to go away easily. They say that to form a habit, it takes 66 days, and now we are more than 200 days already. So it'll be an interesting question to see how lives and works, change, and the way we work, the way we live changes in the future. And certainly, I'm a professor and academic. I live my life in an academic environment. We are seeing dramatic change in how our students are wanting to learn, our faculty are wanting to teach, and we'll have to rethink major parts of our business model, major parts of how we operate in a university in the coming months and years ahead. So we have seen a rapid acceleration of digitalization over the last 6 months. There have been CEOs of major companies that have said that what would have normally taken 5 years has happened in 5 months. And I think that's not an exaggeration. So the question really is, how will digital impact retail, impact e-commerce, and impact the way things are bought and sold? I wanted to take some time today just to share with you some of my thoughts on this area. And, as Rajat said, I have been spending, a good 25, 30 years of my professional life thinking and writing about these topics. So as part of my research on global innovation, the Global Innovation Index, or on the network readiness as part of the work of the World Economic Forum, we have been looking at these issues. And what I wanted to share with you today are points which are, I think, 3 points in general. The first point is we are seeing, and we will see further, a dramatic digital transformation of all organizations, especially in the manufacturing sector, who are creating products for people. So whether it's selling fridges or selling cars or selling other kinds of fast-moving consumer goods, we're going to see a dramatic change in how manufacturers operate. And today, I know your theme of the day was supply chain, so I think it's linked to those kind of themes. The second, I wanted to share with you what is happening on the retail front. Like, where are some of the really exciting ideas, concepts emerging? And when I teach in New York, even some of my students who are working in the fashion industry in New York, so the leading edge of retail in New York, they are now looking increasingly to China for the new retail concepts. So I wanted to share a few words about that. And the third thing, really, I wanted to leave you with a very quick snapshot of framework for what does a digital strategy look like, feel like? So we all talk about digitalization, but when you actually want to implement a digital strategy inside your organization, what does it look like conceptually? So those are the 3 bullet points. And I have a small set of slides I will share with you. And I think these slides will be posted eventually on your website too. Please give me a couple of seconds to share my screen. And I hope the technology works.
Yep, we can see that. Perfect.
You can see the screen. I'll try and put it in full screen. Let's see. Okay, good. So as I said, the major purpose is just to share some ideas about how to win in the midst of the ongoing digital revolution, which is getting accelerated by the COVID phenomena. So there's clear acceleration that is actually going to stay out here. So let's just take a very classical example. In management in general, the automobile sector has been one of the most studied sectors in sort of the last 100 years. And people have always looked at manufacturing and automobiles as the example of what happens in other sectors. So if you look at the global car sales this year, because of COVID, the global car sale volumes is plummeting some 20%. But even before COVID, if you look at the general trend, what has been happening is the global new car sales has been sliding. And this is despite the fact that the number of miles driven actually has been going up. So it's an interesting combination of things happening. The number of miles being driven is going up, while the number of cars being sold is declining. And if you ask the question why, it's simply because of all these shared, car service companies like Uber, Lyft, and Ola, and other kinds of, Didi, and other kinds of car companies all around the world. So what is interesting is, why is it the customer actually is not buying the car, but actually driving or getting driven more? And the real sort of rethinking that has taken part in that industry really is that maybe the assumption that we had made about customer needs, and the assumption we had made was the customer wants to own a car, is no longer actually correct. So basic assumption about customer needs is being questioned. What the customer wants is not to necessarily own a car, but to get driven from point A to point B, mobility. So in some sense, it calls into question a basic fundamental assumption you made about your customer's needs. Now, if you think about what is happening about the car itself, the product. So, and this is happening across the board, across industries. There is increasing virtualization of the physical product. Okay, so whether that is any physical product, the virtual component of that is becoming more and more important. So here's a picture of a driverless car driving somewhere in the US by Waymo. And what you see out here is that if you look at a car today and imagine the car of the future, they are dramatically different. So think about a car most of us have today or the past. The core of the car has been always the combustion engine, the engine. And car companies have spent millions and millions of dollars in terms of trying to build the best car engine. That's one reason why they went to Formula One. They had all this high-end engineering and they hired the best engineers. And essentially the whole idea was you had a great engine, you have some good design along with that, and you have a great car. Now, today, in an electric car, the engine goes away, completely gone away. And if you think about it, electric car mechanically is actually a little more sophisticated than a Lego car. It's a 4 wheels on a chassis with a mechanically very simple structure, almost 1/10 the number of mechanical parts that you find in a regular car. But what has happened is, in this car, there has been a lot of software, electronics that has been put into the car, a lot of automation, a lot of IoT, a lot of intelligent sensing devices. And these devices have basically made that car almost like computing platform. You're riding and you're driving a computing platform. The notion of what a car is and does is changing dramatically. Today, with the Tesla or one of these electric cars that are available today, you can in fact be connected to the environment in which you're driving. Now, if you take traditionally manufacturing companies, when I teach operations in the class, I always tell them, look, the classical difference between a manufacturing company and a service company is very simple. And a manufacturing company, you have raw products coming in, a finished product getting produced, and the basic goal is zero defects. You don't want a defecting product to produce. In a service company, what you have is you have the customer coming in, like in a restaurant or in a hairdresser, and the customer going out. What you want is zero defection, the customer to have such a great experience that the customer comes back again and again. Now, in a classical manufacturing context, like a car company, the people inside the manufacturing plant, they never see the actual end customer. The end customer is far away from the manufacturing plant, unlike a service company where the end customer is in front of you. If you are working in a restaurant, you see the customer in front of you. If you're working in a hairdresser, you see the customer in front of you. Now think about this, what it means for a manufacturing company. Historically, for decades, you've organized yourself in a way in which the customer is far away from you. Now, because of technology, you're able to be connected to the customer as the customer is using your product. I mean, think of the implications of that. The customer is not just visible for you inside the manufacturing company, the way the customer is using your product is also increasingly visible to you. Now that changes dramatically the whole nature of the company looks like, feels like. It's no longer a pure manufacturing company, it becomes a manufacturing plus heavily service-oriented company. In fact, the whole industry is moving towards a service kind of orientation. Now, this is happening in all kinds of manufacturing, in FMCG, any kind of retail structure, because of this virtualization of physical products, because of the constant connectivity to the customer, because of this learning and feedback loop that is happening, the whole industry, the whole organization is going through a dramatic digital transformation. So the extent of the transformation is very significant. I just wanted to share that, and take the car example as one example because that's at the forefront, but the same thing is going to happen whether it's a fridge, a washing machine, or even tomorrow a bottle of water, or any product that you sell, or even a soap, why not? So the question really is almost every single product will see increased virtualization, increased ability for end-to-end integration with the customer, increased visibility of how your customer uses the product, and that opens up a whole different range of challenges for the organization. Second point I've said I'll talk about is this whole phenomena of new retail. Many of you have probably heard of this Black Friday event of shopping in the US that everyone talks about, and in fact, it happens on Thanksgiving weekend. Thanksgiving is the last Thursday, Friday of November, so it's coming up in the US. And all the retail leaders wait for that to, in fact, kick off the holiday Christmas shopping in the country, and there are lots of sales all over the country. And last year, total Thanksgiving weekend, before the Thanksgiving and after the Thanksgiving, because the whole period has got extended now, in the US, they had about $15 billion of sales. At the same time, on November 11th in China, same month, different date, there is something called the Singles Day. And I don't know how many of you have heard about it and read about it, but it's actually quite interesting to go and understand what has been happening out there. So Singles Day is something that happened initially as a joke in one university in China 20 years ago, because a lot of single people in China, they started saying, well, let's give gifts to each other and let's try and create some kind of relationships across young single people. And that's the reason why November 11th was chosen. 11th November, 1111. And for many years, it just was a simple practice among the university students. It spread to a few other universities. And about 8 or 9 years ago, Alibaba picked that up. So Alibaba picked up the tradition and said, let's make it a national sort of sales day. And let's make it a day when people, in fact, give gifts to each other. And today, last year, for example, the Singles Day sales for Alibaba in one day was 38 billion, which is only a little bit less than the e-commerce volume for China, for India in a whole year. And of course, more than double the volume of e-commerce sales or not just e-commerce sales, this is just the total sales in the US in that weekend, Thanksgiving weekend, which is $15 billion. So what you start seeing is that something is happening in China, which is very interesting. And of course, what we know is that in many ways, China is becoming the center of online retail. So if you look at the size of the online retail value of the markets in the key geographies, this is, of course, last year's projected figure. China is more than 2.5 times the US size. It's about $1.5 trillion compared to $600 billion for the US. India is about $40 billion. And of course, these figures are going to change for 2020. 2020 is a very unusual year given the pandemic. But you get a sense of the size. But it's not just the size. What is also we are seeing in China is a tremendous, tremendous change in digitalization. So we know that China is the biggest mobile market, about 900 million mobile users in the country. It also has some of the most advanced tech companies today in the world. Okay, so many of the big, if you look at the top 20 tech giants in the world, roughly 10 of them are American, and roughly 10 of them are Chinese. So they're very, very big tech companies. So what has happened is a very intensive digital adoption. Entire country has driven a new form of retail, which has been pioneered by Alibaba. And the main difference really is, so I live in the US now, for example, and I take part in the Thanksgiving Black Friday sales. And when I look at the Black Friday sales, a lot of it is about traditional sales with large discounting and quick delivery. So the focus is on price discounting and on fulfillment. And of course, Amazon and other companies do their very best at it, and they give a lot of different things. In contrast, what new retail is doing in China is it has changed retail into a game, gamification of retail. It has made retail a sport. It has made retail an entertainment. So there are shows held all over China with some major stars. So last year, for example, in November 11th, the whole national the Singles Day Sales Festival was launched by major mega stars. And the star opening it last year was Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is one of the top female singing stars in the world. So what they're doing right now is you see some show on the TV. You see what kind of dress the stars are wearing. You have immediately the ability with your mobile phone to either vote some things up or down, like a gamification. You have access to be able to buy the products directly, what the star is wearing or what other people are wearing and choosing. And there's a whole nature of games being played all around the country, games in which selling is integrated inside the games. A lot of this is possible because of the individualized nature of personalization that is possible with digital technologies. So this whole new retail concept really has changed retail to a different level. It's no longer just about operations and fulfillment, which are all very important and critical. But now retail has become a form of a sport and gamification and entertainment. And that's the direction in which people see retail going. I teach, when I teach my executive MBA students in New York, some of them are in the high fashion industries, some of the top fashion brands. And they tell me that today, the fashion brands of New York are using their stores in Shanghai to pilot ideas, new ideas as part of new retail in China. And they're bringing that back to the US right now. So the new retail concept of retail as a sport, gamification, and so on is going to, in fact, come and influence how retail is in other countries. And that's the direction in which things are going. So let me end with a very simple conceptual structure of what I think could be useful for some of you. I use it in some of my own consulting, and I find it very useful. So when you talk about a digital strategy, what are the key components to look at? And I think this applies to retail, applies to almost any sector. I always like to think of 5 components out there. So the first one is digital culture. You need the culture and leadership and mindset in the organization. Then you need digitalization of products and services. I spoke about this with the example of the car company. You need intelligent data platforms to be able to collect the data, analyze it. You need smart processes to be able to experiment, to be able to modulate the process changes and make them suitably automated, intelligent. And of course, you need a connected ecosystem to drive the entire model. So let's just quickly go through some of these points, and then I'll stop and leave 5 minutes for questions. So on the culture thing, it's extremely important to have both a base of digital knowledge across the company. The engagement of people to think digitally. When I say think digitally, not be constrained by the physical constraints of the way we do things today. And that's what, for example, in education we are facing in all industries. What if the same place, same time model no longer works in education, no longer is constraining for us? What are the ways in which you can do things differently? And you need leadership, of course, to experiment and to be bold in moving forward. I spoke a lot about the virtualization of products. And as you're able to make the products more digital and enhance connectivity across customers and across, even devices, to 2 cars talking to each other, for example, you're able to do more of mass customization. And I think your digital products will become increasing avenues of connectivity to your customers. And that's going to keep on increasing. We are just at the baby tips, small initial steps of the whole IoT connectivity phenomenon. This is just starting out right now. And of course, data is a core strength. You cannot do anything without data. When I teach, for example, I give a very simple equation to my students. I tell them, look, forget about strategy as you knew it. Strategy going forward is very simple. It's one equation. Strategy is equal to data. Of course, a simplification, but it's not too far from the truth. The more data you have, the more intelligent can be analysis, the more personalized can be your services, and you can do more in terms of satisfying customer needs. But for all of this, you need to have data. And if you don't have data, fundamentally, you cannot do much. Processes, very, very important. Of course, you need automation. And today, increasingly, all kinds of automation processes are being introduced. And AI is helping some of that. But what is very important is the first point out here, experimentation. The amount of data we're able to collect today allows us to be able to do micro experiments, do A/B testing. Let's try the small experiment for the next half an hour with this group of people and something else with a control group. Let's see which one works. And if it works, let's roll it out for the next 6 hours. So micro experiments are being able to adjust your sales strategies, your market approach, your other kinds of customer-facing behaviors based on data, and being able to be agile in processes to get that kind of change implemented. And of course, last but not least, is the learning that happens from this new ecosystem. I saw today that your session said supply chain. Of course, in the manufacturing world, supply chains have been the basis of what we have designed the industry around. But today, honestly, supply chains are turning into platform ecosystems. Ecosystems is what matters. Take the car industry. They have had a supply chain fine-tuned, for a century. Today, what they need is a new ecosystem. They need to be the partner with all the information providers, different companies, different players, And that creates a very interesting notion of how do you co-create capabilities with partners and competitors, because some of these players are trying to get in the same business of your customers' lives. So essentially, it has to move the mindset from a supply chain to a platform ecosystem. So that's really, in a sense, what I wanted to convey to you. Please do feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn and I post regularly on LinkedIn. That's the most active channel for sharing. And you can search for me very easily on LinkedIn, and also my email is there. Please write to me, and I'm happy to take a few questions in the last 5 minutes.
So let me start, Shomita. Firstly, Shomita, that was really awesome and very interesting. Obviously, great to see the rapid changes. Like you said, everything getting compressed into 6 months. What was going to happen in 6 years here? Everybody was sort of every company that we were working with had a digital strategy, but it was always peripheral, right? Yeah, we'll get there. Some level of business is going through e-commerce. Everything turned on its head. How do you think India, FMCG, and retail will get impacted by a lot of this technology? Because 90% of India retail is still mom and pop. All the distribution is still very much physical distribution, salespeople going out, collecting orders, the way it was, maybe 50 years ago, with a bit of technology, Salesforce automation, some level of automation, but it's still primarily very, very driven by people. How do you see that getting impacted by digitization? And do you see that in other developing countries like LATAM and
So I think it's a very important question you asked. So I think the two factors required out here. The first factor is you need a penetration of digital technology, adoption of technology in society. Now, that has happened in India in the last 5 years. Okay, so before 5 years ago, I don't think India was digitally ready. Now we are on the verge of being digitally ready. We have 500 million people online, okay, and more people, in fact, with mobile for sort of the broadband access available. This will all change, okay, as the penetration increases inside the country with mobile telephony, broadband, and so on. The digital ready population is very important. Second, you need some structured support for those mom and pop stores to transform themselves. The structured support can come from either government agencies or government bodies, or can come from private sector players. In India, for example, Jio is doing some of that and helping some of the mom and pop stores. In China, Alibaba did something similar to that, and Amazon has done some of that, with this whole marketplace concept in the US and so on. So I think you will have a combination of large private sector players and or the government stepping in to help the mom and pop stores. But the mom and pop stores need help. That's true in all countries, even the US and China, Latin America, and India, everywhere. So they need some dedicated help, consulting help, technology help to be able to change the business and move it online. So all this goes together, and I hope in India we're able to put in place the right public-private partnership to make it happen.
Okay. I'm going to check with Ankit if there are any online questions. Any other thoughts on, for example, if you fast forward to 5 years, do you see things like FMCG companies getting more and more digitized for last mile delivery? We've been talking about D2C here, a lot, that companies are going to move to a D2C model, direct to consumer, but it's not really profitable for an FMCG company to ship a shampoo or a detergent or a packet of biscuits. So how does that work? And do you see D2C emerging in the US as well as a model for FMCG companies, or is it mostly driven by from a subscription point of view?
Yeah, so I think so what is happening right now is that business success is being driven by scale. It's almost like big is beautiful. Before big was often seen as bad, but today now big is beautiful. And the reason is that the bigger you get scale, the more data you have. The more data you have, the more you can personalize. So I do think in India, we have the tremendous advantage of having a large population. It's a huge advantage, large domestic economy, large consuming, sort of young economy that can consume. It's a very big advantage. The challenge for us is to be able to have systems that collect enough data and then have delivery mechanisms that support that delivery, last mile delivery process. Yeah. Now, of course, every country finds its own combination. In India, you have cash on delivery kind of mechanisms, which India and in the US you don't need, because India you have lower penetration credit cards. Soon, drone-based delivery will become, common, or at least the norm in at least many places. my own sense is a combination of delivery to drop-off locations, delivery to home. People will find ways to do the delivery. Now, of course, the innovations will happen in terms of how the supply chain is managed. Okay, whether you do drones for the last mile, whether you do something else for the other parts. So we'll have a combination, and that's where what I mean by the digital revolution is going to take place in the way we even conceptualize the whole D2C segment. But the most important thing, in my view, in the D2C segment is not the physical delivery, even though it might seem like the big hurdle to cross. The most important thing is to have the direct connectivity.
Yeah,
so
I
if
think
you're able to
that's
connect with the customer, learn about how the customer is using a product, eventually I think you will solve the delivery issue. And you can use partners to do the
you can use the Kirana or the last mile guy anyway for delivery, right? The main thing is that the customer connect has to be built up, right? Which hopefully through technology and all of that they can build that up.
So the more you're actually able to understand how the customer is using your product, how your product is being integrated in the life. So let's say a packet of biscuits. When is the customer consuming the biscuits? Okay, what time of the day? Is the consumer consuming 1 biscuit at a time or 5 biscuits at a time? I mean, I'm just talking about trying to get that data. Today, that data is not easily available, but increasing the future, you can imagine a world in which that data might be actually available. For example, medicine. Now there are devices that actually have chips, because one of the big problems in medicine is you can prescribe medicine to a doctor can prescribe medicine, but there's no way for the doctor to tell the patient taking the medicine or not. And now they're actually chips that actually, once the patient takes the medicine, it activates, by salt and the acid in the stomach, some sensors send signal to your mobile phone, the mobile phone, the doctor saying the patient's taking the medicine. So I'm just giving you, these kinds of changes are going to take place, and technology changing so rapidly, we have to be much more digitally intensive in operations, product design, and our connectivity to customers.
Okay. So, President Soumitra, we are on the hour, so I think we just run over a bit. I just wanted to thank you so much for on such short notice to make yourself available. Absolutely fantastic presentation. We will put it up, and I'm sure you'll hear from a lot of people. I've shared it internally in Deloitte as well. Lord, let everybody know that you were speaking today. So I'll find out, and I'll anyway share the stuff internally as well. Great to have you here. Thank you for making the time. And on behalf of Vicky and Deloitte and the both the organizations, and on behalf of Massmerize, I just want to thank you for that. Take care and stay safe. And good luck for the elections. A lot of excitement ahead for you guys. So let's hope everything. We'll anyway catch up on that separately. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Take care.